Hello and welcome to Critically Drinking, where we strive to set a higher bar for conversation every single stream. Thank you for joining us. Now grab your drink, take your seat, and let us get ready for the show. Rashawn will be with you shortly to let you know what's on tap for the day.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. We are just here for, a little casual, little chit chat. We're going to sit here and, talk about what's going on in the world, what's going on in our lives, what's going on, y'all, what is going on. But I do want to say what is going on to Quantum University in the building, the Dean of Metaphysics, who says, what's going on is the world is ending and going through the labor pains of a new world. We'll be birthing a new revelation and a new light into the universe. And through the spirit of manifestation, we will all be experiencing the age of Aquarius, where all humanity is in touch with their divine feminine spiritual energies, and all the chakras will be aligned, and the house will be in Virgo, and in Aries, the sun will raise to a new supreme level above the eye of Ra, and underneath the dark, spiritual, feminine, dark, villain, arc, enemy of Horus will be in order. And also, what's up, Quantum? We got Risa Neal in the building. What is going on? Hello. Got the resident sniper of Let's Talk the Better Black Life in the building. We got Innate Nia. Hello. Good to see you. And we got 1/3 of the Bryant brothers, Vaughn Bryant here. Greg may pull through, and we know Jamal hasn't, tapped into the channel, but we know we did feature brother Jamal Bryant one time. The Bryant triplets are all problematic for their various reasons, but brother Vaughn is the least problematic of the three. Brother Vaughn is, he's the most peaceful Bryant brother. Got Dury Meta, Dury Seats in the building, gang. What is up? What is up, everybody in the building? But let's everybody go ahead and greet my two co-hosts for today. We got Kansas Ann in the building. You muted.
Can you guys hear me now?
Sound good.
Awesome. Representing Yellow Pill in this motherfucker. All right.
Shit.
Hey. Yeah. Let me fix my background lighting. That's right. Yellow Pill Coffee up in here. What's up, everyone?
Yeah, I wish I wore my yellow. I almost wore my yellow pill today, but I did. What's up? And we got Yella, the CEO, in the building. How you feeling, my guy?
I'm good. I feel like I'm always miss it. Like I'm always off the mark. Every time somebody got my shirt on, I don't never have mine on. So.
That's how I be going. Man. But that's what's up, man. So first of all, I'm gonna tell y'all. I can't guarantee y'all what kind of energy I'm gonna be in today. I've been in an emotional flux, and it's been it's skewed negative for at least the last week. Has been really problematic. So that's why I haven't been on stream as much, because I don't know when it's gonna just bubble up into something unhelpful and unproductive. So just fair warning to anybody watching, if y'all see me stray into some like antagonistic territory, I'm in a state.
Here.
Cool. All right,
so
we have
but it's been lifting, at least for me, a little bit. Yeah,
that's what's up. Yeah, so I just want to fair warning to everybody, but thank you all for being here. I know Kendon reached out to me. We was talking about what's going on in the world, what's going on. We got all this stuff to talk about. We ain't talked about it. A lot of people have covered it, some of the topics, but we wanted to have our conversation just to see what we thought, because we haven't really talked about a lot of these topics.
For sure.
Rashawn, just need a long hug. Bring it in, brother. Now, I'm going to tell you.
They love you.
As affectionate as I am, Dury, I'm not much of a hugger. I'm not. My family's not really affectionate, so I don't need that. Thank you, though. Thank you. Nah, man. Get your grubby little fingers out of my face.
Bring your fluffy ass over here. So we can
get your grubby little weed-tainted fingers out of my face.
They do got weed under the nails.
See what I'm saying? Little. What do y'all call that? Shake with the. You got the shake. I see shake on the ground. I see shake in the car. Yeah. Okay. Shake under your nails. What's up? Touching the War is in the building.
What's up, Touching the War? I love the picture. It's beautiful.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Gorgeous.
Brown skin. You know I love your
Ooh.
brown skin.
Okay, now.
Now, listen, everybody. I appreciate y'all for coming through. I know I was not supposed. Yella told me quit making proclamations because I said I wasn't going to be here Monday or Tuesday. Where am I at? I'm here. So I got to quit making proclamations. I did not intend to be here today, but I'm his. I'm his now. I'm his now, and I'll be back on Thursday. Yella got Trump hands.
No, absolutely not. Those are giant, full giant hands of an
Trump
adult
got little
man.
hands.
Trump got little hands.
Godless Sewing is in the building. Huge.
Ooh,
huge.
Godless Sewing.
Hands are huge. Huge. But I know what has caught your eye this week, other than what's on the thumbnail. We know we got what's on the thumbnail, but what else other than that? Before we get into what's on the thumbnail, has caught your eye or ear this week?
Let's see. I mean, for me, it's just personal stuff. To be honest with you, it's crazy. Your parents getting old. Like you ever watch these shows? You ever watch this 100-Pound Life?
Yep.
Okay, in the beginning of 600-Pound Life, they always have a sad story about like someone died and another person died another month later, and this person, and you're like, really? Bro, that should be real.
Oh yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Now interrupt. Don't put yourself on mute. Come on, interrupt.
No, I'm just saying now. This stuff is tough, man. Because my mother is pushing 70 now, and I know she has various health issues. But me, even in my 40s, I'm seeing stuff. Speaking of seeing stuff, I can tell my eyes, my vision is starting to degrade.
Bitch,
you know what I'm saying?
This is the first year in my entire life that I started wearing these motherfuckers. I had 2010 better than 2020 vision. Okay, I could see things far. People are like, you could see that? I could pick shit up in a club. Yep. Like if a pin fell, I'd be like, oh, in a club, I could pick it up. This is the first year I started wearing these things. So it's crazy. Like, I was a little bit late to this because my dad, it's just crazy. Your parents get old and at first you think like they're all knowing, they're your parents, they know everything. And as they get older, you have to turn around and be their parents kind of a little bit. My dad called me. He works a tow truck. My dad still works. Y'all, my dad is 80 and he still works. He makes more money than I do. I'm just telling you that right now. He makes more motherfucking money than I do. Okay. Wow. But he's a cash-based person. Right. So I'm not saying he carries everything in cash, but like it's mostly cash. And he goes to the bank, and he has his debit card. He don't know how to do anything on the computer at all. Right? Nothing. So he has like all this money and he's like, can you transfer $10,000 over to my checking account? I gotta do it. And I'm like, what? Yeah, I got this account. Can you get it? So he's in the islands right now. Wow. It's just all kinds of weird shit like that. My mom, whatever. So it's just a lot of and then all of that like is just making me realize like, damn, we're all getting old here. I done gained a little bit of weight, just because I'm not eating healthy, blah, 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 whatever. It just kind of makes you think like, Jesus Christ, like this is happening so fast. So fast. I better enjoy my life. So like, I understand why sometimes people say, fuck it. And just say, I'm going to live. Yep. I'm going to go out tonight. I'm going out here. I'm not saying that like I believe in irresponsible behavior, but I'm saying I understand mentally how you can go there.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, fuck it. Anything can happen. I don't know if I'm gonna live tomorrow. A bus can hit me. Shit. Let me do what I want.
Believe me, that time goes by before you know it. Absolutely. I was talking to my nephew yesterday, and he was talking about quit going out so much, and I almost advised him like, man, give it another year. Keep going out like you're going out for another year. Like, just wait till you turn 23, and then you can quit going out. I'm like, you don't. Those times don't come back. Like those times where it feels normal to just go out and kick it and be at the club all night. That's once you hit 30 and 40, that starts to feel weird. Like 30, it starts to get a little weird. 40 is definitely weird for me. Like 40, like I couldn't go to a club if I wanted to. Where the 20-year-olds are hanging out.
I'm looking at 50. I'm not 50 yet, but like 50 is like just a couple more years away. The fuck? 50?
Yeah. But what does that mean to you? That's the thing. Like, what do these numbers mean? Like, what did that mean to you? Because I know Yella doesn't even understand. He ain't even 40 yet. You know what I'm saying?
For men, does it matter?
He's a baby.
I don't think for men it's the same thing as for women. Does it matter for men?
It does matter. It matters for us.
Yella, does it matter for you?
I mean, after a certain age, it matters to women a lot earlier. It probably matters to us like once our actual physical ability starts to go away.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just get that over a wrinkle or two. We don't start worrying until Y'all start worrying when a wrinkle show up. You know what I'm saying? We start worrying when shit don't work when we want it to work.
Your knee give out. You just going down the steps and then be like, what was that?
And he like, hold on, I gotta run to my car real quick.
Yo, my homeboy, this dude I was working with, went to high school with him, and I was working with him at this job about 4 or 5 years ago. He came into work, but he said he had fell down the basement stairs going to do laundry. And I'm like, what happened? He was like, man, my knee just gave out. Man, he had just passed 40. I don't know what it is about that 40 barrier. But as soon as you pass 40, man, stuff start giving up on you. Body parts just start like, I'm good.
It's
like, I've lived enough life.
I'm nervous, y'all. I'm like I said, I don't have any major problems. Like I took my blood pressure this morning. I suffer anything that's wrong with me is always the opposite of most people, right? So I'm struggling with low blood pressure. So I get dizzy. Everyone got fucking high blood pressure. I'm struggling with low blood pressure.
Blood pressure.
Yeah. It just makes you dizzy. You're ready to pass out. Like you can't get up too quick, you know. And I drink water. Like I have water. Like I drink water, but like I don't know. You know, whatever.
You might piss you off on a regular basis. Your life too easy. That's why.
My life too easy?
Yeah, you need somebody to piss you off on a regular basis.
At you, I swear to God, I would. If I had
my blood pressure too low.
It's not cool. It's like I felt like I was gonna pass out. My husband's like, look at the machine, and it was so low that it said E5. I was like, fuck, and that just means that it can't read nothing.
Ooh, error. Okay. Yeah, you definitely need some salts.
So I gotta,
your husband need to be a little bit more problematic.
Yeah, man. What the fuck? He ain't pissed you enough. We gotta talk. Not enough. Not enough though. Not enough though. Whatever you're doing, it ain't effective.
Nah, I don't come on here and tell him a business, but he cool. He downstairs doing work as he should, like a man should.
Flip something over.
He need to make random noises. He need to make random noises. So you start like.
Listen, 5 minutes before this broadcast, he was fucking sawing something. I had to tell. That's the reason why I was like, listen, you see me putting on makeup, right? He was like, are you going somewhere? I'm like, on the internet. Going on the internet. Can you cut the sawing out? Yeah, but whatever. What's up, OG Patrice, Vaughn?
Yeah, OG Patrice, Don Frank pulling through. Hello. Appreciate y'all for pulling through. Just having a chit chat. But to what's actually on the thumbnail. I know I haven't stayed up on it. After she said that she Carlee Russell, after she said that she had lied, and admitted to that. How I mean, because I'm gonna tell you this everything on the thumbnail, Candidate, you're gonna have a problem with me today.
Oh shit.
Misogyny is here. I'm just letting you know.
Shit.
The women's
okay. I'm feeling fiery today. I don't got a drink, but I'm feeling fiery. I got you.
The women's are down bad, Candidate.
Yeah,
y'all acting a plumb fool between Carlee Russell. I mean, between the trans women's, the real women's. The Sukihana type women's, y'all out here acting a plumb dumb fool, and I think y'all need a little bit more patriarchy. But I don't want to go there yet. Let's start with Carlee Russell. I think y'all need a firmer hand of control because y'all are out of it. Y'all are out of control right now. But Carlee Russell's a full blown liar, full wasting resources, messing up the church's money, making up fake babies. What is going on with your girl, Candidate? And why y'all got her out here? And was she a nursing person? Was she a nursing?
Thing that bothers me. Why do I gotta claim that woman? Like, I don't understand. People could do you claim all the crazy ass shit that black men do? Yep. Why I gotta claim her?
I got to.
Nah, you don't got to do that. Live like a white man. Live like a young white man. That's what I say. They don't claim nothing. If somebody shoots some shit up, they go to work the next day feeling just fine. They don't care. Live like a young white man, a young rich one too. That's why I'm signing up for a rich white man attitude. Right? It's unfortunate. Like, listen, let me tell you. You know, I went to nursing school. I have to say that nursing school is brutal. It is the worst damn thing. I don't even want to get into that. We've had people literally had a nervous breakdown during nursing school. I kid you not, like literally just had a nervous breakdown because they put you through a whole lot. I'm not saying that's an excuse for the stupid shit that she did, right? And I really feel like, damn, like, unfortunately, even though I don't feel like it's a reflection of me, right? I know other people are going to say, "Oh, look at those black women," right? So that's what really sucks about it. But the reality of it is, she lied, and I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her, but she lied and it don't look good. It was a waste of resources. It's just terrible all over. Y'all lost. Why do I'm telling you, I'm living like a rich white man. I don't claim none of this shit.
It ain't no y'all. It ain't no us. Ain't no we.
Ain't no we. Now y'all want to be a fucking community because the stupid shit goes on.
So
We
right
not
now
a
we
community, but y'all want to be a community now? Fuck that.
I feel you, Candy Dan. I promise I feel you.
You know what I'm saying?
See, now everybody's starting to hear what Yella be talking about. See what I'm saying?
Nah, man.
They slowly start giving you more, bro. I don't think it's the reflection of the behavior of black women. I think it's more of the reflection of the treatment of black women. And in this sense, there's this idea that they have it so much harder than everybody else when they realize that the privilege is really just the privilege that they really don't understand they have. Because that wasn't a mental health move. That was a
black
move
women have
privilege. Shit.
What privilege black women have?
Shit.
We about to go at it.
Think y'all don't. Think y'all don't. That's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. I hear a lot of crying about what y'all can't do and all this, and y'all just do it. It's so much shit that y'all doing that y'all complaining about the shit that nobody should be doing that y'all can't do. Y'all want to do the things that this type of shit, lying, being manipulative, being difficult, being the hardest person to deal with. Y'all in turn want to do the things that nobody should do in order to stand out.
It's freedom.
It's crazy though. Why are we basing all of our behavior on some crazy bitch? Why I gotta suffer because she can't act right?
I mean,
it ain't just her.
The next one's gonna get the same results.
I got nothing to do with them hoes.
Oh, well.
We all struggle about it. Yeah, and that's true. Apex, man. It's just there's a societal slide right now, man. Right now, society. Matter of fact, I was watching a video, and I think it was a young white kid who was talking about they pulled off a police hoax. They called the police and said somebody got kidnapped, and they blamed it on the internet stuff. You know, they talking about Carly Russell. Like, yeah. So it's.
What happened? Some white kids.
It was like an 11-year-old. It was like an 11-year-old.
Some 11-year-old girl prank called the police station saying that her friend got kidnapped. And saying that she got the idea to prank from the internet. Now the crazy part is that this 11-year-old is being charged with a felony.
Carly got misdemeanors, don't
she? But this is nothing on people like not doxing. They like, what's it, swatting people? Like you have streamers or something like that online, and people are calling in talking about some crime happened just to get the SWAT team so they can watch it live. Like, I'm not saying that any of these things are good. I'm just saying, like, in different cultures and different subsects, whatever, this shit ain't nothing new.
She sure did. Yeah, they didn't say that. When me and Apex were both talking about Danae Jackson. And you called us Manosphere?
I called you guys Manosphere?
Yeah, because we'd agree with Danae Jackson. I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna tell you, it's not just women. I know it's all the society, but right now the push for women to be free means the freedom of like consequence. They want to be able to do whatever they want without consequence. Like so the manipulation, the lying, the cheating, I know there's a thing talking about like I want to live like men have. Men can do whatever they want. There's no value, there's no virtue to living to the way men have lived historically. There's no virtue to that. Because if everybody talks about the oppression of men for patriarchy in history, living like men have lived, that's not going to help anybody. If women are living like men, nobody's benefiting. Like, we really are lost if everybody's living the way men have lived for the last umpteen centuries. Doesn't make any sense.
I'm cool with that. I can eat that.
Yeah, Carly was a nurse. Yeah, them nurses. Yeah, them naughty nurses.
Okay, I didn't hear all the nurses that done did the right thing. This one nurse that done she's not even a nurse. She is a student. Okay.
I mean, in the hospital. In the hospital, y'all cool.
I gotta claim her ass.
No, in the hospital, y'all cool. In the hospital, y'all cool. Y'all good as fuck. Y'all do exactly what I want to do. I ain't met a one of y'all outside of maybe you and Bree that's on the up and up. And even y'all say y'all had y'all dark side. I ain't met not one in real life that be on the up and up. They be the worst type of people ever.
What?
Man, look, I can't tell you how many nurses I know cheating on their husband right now.
Ooh,
cheating on their husband. Probably stealing something, some type of scam, man, some type of financial scam or some shit like that.
We make enough. There's no need for that. Wow.
And I'm gonna tell you exactly why I know what I'm talking about. And don't most nurses date police officers?
They tend to. You know what? You're absolutely right. My husband is not a police officer, but yeah, you're right. Police officers and nurses tend to, for whatever reason, link up. As a matter of fact, I have quite a few nurse associates that's married to police officers. Yeah.
Because they the worst, both of them. Ooh. They don't even know it. They the worst. Both of them.
Ooh.
Damn, here I thought I was trying to help y'all black asses with your hypertensions and shit. Only call means.
Which kind of nurses though? The 4-year nurses or the DeVry nurses? There's a difference. Dang.
There really isn't a difference, Apex. Once you pass the NCLEX, you can be a nurse. Now, all these hospitals, they're getting rid of 2-year programs. So I don't know what DeVry is. I'm assuming DeVry, because there's only 2 ways to become a nurse. You do an associate's program, or you can do a bachelor's program. The 2-year program, you know, you take the same exact exam, exact exam, right? But I hear you. I get the joke. You know, them Florida nurses that got the fake nursing degree and blah blah blah. I get it.
Don't nothing good come out.
If you're really smart, you would go to 2, like I did, do that 2-year shit. It wasn't DeVry. It was some local hospital around here. You do the 2-year, get a hospital job, and let the hospital pay for the other 2 years to get your BSN, like I did. Like, why flip the bill for that? If these hospitals want you to have a bachelor's, let them pay for it. So that's what I did. Less debt.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. That's smart.
Yeah.
Well, on Carly, though, like, I know everybody shouldn't have to eat her loss. Everybody shouldn't have to, you know, the whole black community, all black women shouldn't have to eat her loss. But what did you think about the boyfriend angle? Because everybody's like, you know, believe all black women, and you know, nobody ever listens to. I mean, I know one person up on the panel was talking about nobody ever listens to black women.
It's the truth, I'm telling you. I really hate the fact that, like, you know what I really hate? I hate being included in some shit that has nothing to do with me. Because honestly, I oftentimes feel like no one listens to us. I feel like it's annoying. But then this pops up and now I gotta, like, you see what I'm saying? That's why we don't listen to you. You fucking liar. And I'm like, fuck. You know, it's annoying. Yeah. It's annoying. I mean, do you guys as black men feel like when you're watching something on the news, you'd be like, please let the person be black. Please don't let them be black. Do you guys feel that way? Don't let them be a black man.
Man, all the time. Oh, I do that all the time. I just did that recently. I wish I could remember what it was. There was something, and I was like, that cannot be a black person. Please don't let them be a black person. I can't remember what it was, but that was this week. I heard something this week, and I was like, that better not be a black person. I was like, there's no way. I listen to a black woman every day.
That's why you've been married so long.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know.
Shout out to Vaughn. Love me some Vaughn. Yeah, so, you know, that's how I feel. Like, listen, wrong is wrong. She done screwed up in a whole lot of ways, right? But but that's still I feel like that is, in my experience, as someone that like I want to be heard. I want to listen to you too. I'm not like this is how I feel and I don't care how you feel. Like I'm open for the exchange. Like you can change my mind about something, but like I often feel like just because you're emotional, you're a woman, you know how women are, the females and all this bullshit. I don't like, damn, like everything that I think, everything that I say is disregarded because I'm emotional, because I have a uterus, because I'm a woman. This should be annoying. It should be real annoying. So then when this pops up, it's like, fuck already. Like, you know, but I don't want to be included. Like I said, I want to live like a rich white young man. I don't want to be included in none of that nonsense. You know, I want to live like Yella. Yella's like, fuck all y'all. I'm doing what I want. That's, you know what I'm saying?
Apex says, if we did listen to black women, we would be better off as a community because we would have a bigger college graduation number.
Yeah, and everybody would be flower majors or something like that. The damn shit that they study. Everybody would be sociology, theology majors or some shit. It wouldn't be nobody building nothing for real. It wouldn't nobody be
more and more women truck drivers. Like putting the college thing to the side for just a second. I've been seeing some women like online college. I'm not college educated, but I don't think college educated not, but they're dipping into some of these fields. Yella, we're gonna start seeing. I know there's one girl. She only hires black construction workers like that to do her house, to like, you know, take redo the bathroom and pull down walls and tile and all this shit. They stepping into some of these fields, man. I'm telling you.
You said she only hire black people?
Yeah, she prefers to try to hire, if it's going to be black.
Does she only hire black women?
It's going to be black. If she can find a female, great. If not, she's going to hire a black person.
Okay, I was going to say, if she only hiring black women, that's cool.
No. She's trying to find just black, whoever it is. But if it's,
because that's what I was talking about. He was saying if we was we have higher graduation numbers, which, like you said, I'm agreeing that statistically, however you look at it, black women now graduating college at a higher rate. But what are they graduating in? They're graduating in something that in 10 years they don't even do.
I'll have to look up. I you know what? As someone that has a degree and I'm doing what the hell I got, like I said, it's just don't be applying to me. Don't be applying to me.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I get it. That's what I get.
And my degree cost me like $30,000, right? I didn't go into no huge ass amount of debt because I told you I let the hospital pay for them other 2 years. Right. Yeah. So, you know, and I didn't even wait for Biden or all this bullshit or whatever. I just paid it off. I did overtime and I paid that thing off. So I don't have any student loans at all. Like I live a debt-free life, period. Like I don't have credit card debt, student loan debt, car debt, like none of that shit. All right. But like, so we definitely have to have a conversation, like us women on the panel or whatever it is, about like about financial responsibility. You know what I mean? Because it's nice to say, I'm going to go to school and get educated. But I mean, there's a point to be had there. Like, what are we going to school for? Like, you know, my rule of thumb was don't take out more student loans than what the job that you're going for is going to offer you in the first year. So a sociology person, I think it was about $35,000 a year. Then don't take out more than $35,000 in student loans. Adopt me, child. I don't even want. Listen, don't get me started because I told you.
The damn was about to go in like no.
Adopt me. No, I don't have any kids, child. Right. So that's the rule of thumb that I went by. So like nursing, you know, the average salary is about $80,000-ish. Right, average, depending on what you do. I'm talking about the first year. I'm not talking about after you've been in it for 2 years. I'm talking about the first freaking year, right? And so I would not go into more debt than $80,000, but my shit only cost me $30,000.
That's smart.
Right. So that's the rule of thumb. That I wish we got to have more conversations like that instead of like fighting back and forth about y'all went for some basket weaving degree. What the fuck y'all doing? Like I'm all about, okay, that's fine. But just educate people on what to do. Like I just said, you know, rule of thumb. And just educate, not just place blame, but let's just talk to people about what to do.
Yeah. And that's another complaint against the Goyles that I have, because there's a lot of people coming out with them psych degrees, Candid Aunt. A lot of people coming out with them psych degrees.
Psych degrees, though.
We do, but the women that have been coming out with psych degrees, especially the ones that have come out on social media and TikTok to offer their expertise,
they're not the people qualified. You need to be listening to.
They're not qualified. They can't help.
How you know?
Because they gave up. They quit. They said they couldn't handle it. It was too much. I can't work with black men. I can't work with black people. I can't do this. My life is falling apart.
If they can't work with black men, let them work with black women. Let them work with white men. Let them work with white women. That's fine. What the fuck is wrong with that?
Nah, because they don't know what they're doing. They can't help black women anymore than they can help black men. They just don't know what they're doing.
How do you know that?
Because they're giving up.
On black men.
They're tapping out. They're giving up on black men. If they're giving up on black men, they're giving up on everybody.
No,
because you're not going to be able. You're not going to be able to help black women. Black women are further into delusion than black men. You're going to have more work. You're going to have more work getting a black woman to say yes, I have a problem. To getting a black woman to say I have a problem is so much more difficult than a black man saying it. So
you really think so? Not, I know absolutely. You would feel that way. You would feel that way because you're a black man, but you don't walk in my shoes. You don't live with a black man. You don't date black men. So I don't know how you have this opinion. And I'm going to honor that opinion because you on the opposite end date black women. So you have your experience, but I don't even want to have these discussions where it's like, I'm the one that's dating. Well, I don't date anyone. I'm married, right? But I'm the one that like in the past, right, would date black men and talk to black men. So like we can go back and forth and share horror stories if you want to, but let's just say like there's shit on both sides already. There's shit on both sides. There's irresponsible black men out here. There's irresponsible black women out here. Like we can go back and forth and like, y'all don't do this, y'all don't do that. Like, but okay, well then choose somebody else. Shit, choose somebody else.
I don't think that because black people take out the biggest loans, which also prevents us from getting advanced degrees because we can't even get the money after a 4-year bachelor's. And that's another problem. So my point was with the psych thing. We're not even coming out competent. We're not even coming out. Like if you look at this actual statistics for how many black people are in the psych field altogether, and then where they rank as far as their credentials and how much more they struggle to pass the test to get their licensure and all that stuff, it's not very good. So I really don't believe that it's the utility of chasing the psych degrees, although black people I believe need it. I think there's something else. There's another barrier. I can't identify that yet, but there's another barrier between
people specialize all the time, right? So like I feel like if a black woman, like obviously I hate psych. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate L&D. Shout out to Bree. I hate psych, but for those that get into those fields, if you realize that something is not for you, instead of taking people's money, then get out of that space, right? So there are counselors that, like there are nurses that only want to deal with babies. They do not want to deal with adults. Right. So they go into that field. If you realize that black men, maybe that's why I see it differently, because I'm used to like specializing is not a big deal. Like if you realize that you don't like something, right, and you're not going to be of service to that population of people, that's why we specialize. So like I love cardiac stuff. People hate medical, surgical, cardiac, all that shit. People fucking hate it. Right. I don't have a problem with it. Right. So it's not a problem to me. Like if someone says like, you know what, I don't want to work with black men, then specialize in kids, specialize in women, specialize in whatever it is, specialize in rape victims, whatever specialty, right? That's not surrounded with the struggles of a man or whatever it is that men are coming to you with. Center yourself around other issues because we need people out here. And just because this person, like, I don't like also the fact that these people come online and they have all these different opinions, and now all of us are being judged because one black woman says she can't deal with black men, right? So now all the female psychologists out there got to take the rap for this damn woman. It's kind of annoying.
I can show you 10. Right.
I don't care. You can show me 100.
Then it's a problem. If I can show you a bunch of them, it's a problem. If I can show you bunches of the people, if I can show you bunches of examples, and you don't care.
Go to a black woman, find a black man.
I won't. Oh yeah, I won't.
Then find a black man to help you with whatever it is that you need help with, right? For me, like, For me, I don't care who. If you're able to help me, help me. I don't care. You could be a motherfucking monkey. If you got a degree and like, you know, I know you don't deal with this, but as a female, you know, as a lady, we go to the little lady doctor and they always ask you, do you want a man or do you want a woman doctor? Do you prefer a woman? I'm like, are they board certified? Yeah. I don't want anyone to touch me. It's not board certified. If you're board certified, it could be a robot. It could be a monkey. It could be anything. I don't care. I don't care if it's a man or a woman, right? That's me. That's me. Other people are like, oh, no. I must have a woman. I can't have, no problem. If you feel that way, I don't have a problem. I just don't want to be I don't want to be judged by other people. Judge me for me. Get to know me. Let's have a conversation. Get to know me. But I don't want to be judged by some of these kooky ass people. That's right. Sometimes I feel like I have to speak up, because if I don't, those crazy loud voices will be the only ones that you hear out there. All of the women that are taking care of their psychology majors, they're doing awesome jobs taking care of Black men. They're doing their damn job. They're not out here making videos and talking about ranting or raving. They're just doing their job. Right? So it's messed up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but if I didn't have issue with Black women therapists, like in real life, with them making up lies and excuses, it wouldn't even track. It would just be like, oh, this is just an internet thing. But except I'm currently looking for a therapist because of a Black woman therapist, and she ended up having to take some kind of sabbatical because all the stuff we had to go through. So I'm
put that woman in sabbatical. You made her quit.
No, we tried. Nah, we were trying to get paperwork transferred, and everybody's like, "This has been going on since January, and we're just now getting like paperwork verified and transferred over, and it's been like going for 5 months because she's so non-responsive." I got billed for meetings that she never showed up to. Like, there's lots of issues. Yeah, so I didn't do anything, but she's taking leave of absence. I can't remember the term. It might not have been sabbatical. It might have been leave of absence. But yeah, she was missing sessions and blaming it on her son and just all the other stuff. I'm like, why would you even tell me that it was your son? Like, it was a weird dynamic. It was totally off. But yeah, it's definitely not lucrative. There's definitely not a push for it. But I do think there are issues that we're not willing to address. And I think one of them, that's what you said, Candidate. One of them is people are taking on too much financial burden. And we don't have anybody telling us not to take on so much financial burden when there's not a high likelihood that you're going to want to stick with this profession. Mm-hmm. You know what? I don't know, but I know she had a doctor in her name, Dr. Tina.
Don't put her whole
I have to look it up.
Out there, damn.
I'm gonna put her out there. She's public. She's a public person. She's on the website. She's listed. She's on the website. I got no control. It ain't no doxing.
Your ass shit.
Yeah, I can't remember her name anyway. It was Dr. Tina something, but again, it's been months, and I never got to see her because again, she never showed up to any of the sessions.
Wow, not even one session.
Not one session.
And you got billed for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's frustrating as hell. That's terrible. I'm sorry that happened to you.
No, it's cool. It's cool, but but it wasn't my first experience with psychiatrists not showing up or not doing what they were supposed to do. And every time, of course, it seemed like there was a Black woman at the.
Can I tell you about a white man that I tried one day and he got on my goddamn nerves, and I was like, you know what, I'm out of here. Right, I show up to this place. I was stressed, right? I mean, stressed, like just so many things going on. I couldn't even make sense of up and down. It was just stress. And so I decided, you know what, let me go talk to somebody. And like I said, I don't care who you are, Black, white, male, female, I don't care. So there's a code. You know, these places are generally discreet. Like they don't have like, you know, this office or whatever. It's usually some door that, you know, you kind of like don't know what that door is to or whatever. So the directions are to show up to some address and type in some keypad thing. Like, you ever been to an Airbnb?
No.
Okay, well, they usually have like a keypad. You whatever.
Like
you
the
put
open house, like at an open house. Like when
okay,
you want to check out a house.
Something like that. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Right, but this is exactly something like that. So I go up there, I follow the instructions, I type the damn thing in, I open the door, right? And he's like, whoa, you're here. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, how'd you open the door? And I'm like, you sent me instructions. He was like, you know, I don't understand people. What? Like, he said more, but once he said, I don't understand people, I was like, you know what? this might not
work
out.
This
might not be the motherfucking thing, because you're acting like I opened Fort Knox. You gave me the call. All I did was follow directions. And he's like surprised. He's like, his response really that people are so stupid that they open up their phone and they type the phone code in there. They do all kinds of stupid shit. They're calling his office. They can't open the door. They just can't follow instructions. Right.
Wow.
So he was shocked that I followed instructions and was like, I can't understand people.
Yeah.
Isn't that what your whole job is, though?
Mm-hmm.
Like your whole job is to I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's it might have been a turn of phrase and you took it like literally, but still it would be like, if that's the first thing you say, like if I was going under the knife and somebody was like, man, I don't know what I'm doing, like that's what it kind of sounds like my hands are shaky, like
exactly. And there was another time where I went to Lehman College, right? And I was doing like, how you do the work study thing?
Yep.
So I was doing work study for a psychologist, this white woman this time, and she was so weird. She had I remember she had like a little toaster oven or some shit like that there, and it needed cleaning. And I was like, whatever. I think I like cleaning things. I don't know. So I cleaned it, put some little elbow grease in it. She acted like she was like, wow, how did you do that? That's amazing. Wow. She was acting like, I was just like, are you patronizing me right now?
I mean,
like, why? It was just too fucking weird for me. The problem is for me, I realized that they have like what's called psychology speak or something like that, like this medical speak or whatever. And I realized I'm not having a conversation with the person. I'm having a conversation with a textbook of how to do this. If the person says this, then you say that, then you reply here. And I need a conversation with the person, or I got to figure it out. So I realized at that time, I've tried this. I don't think it's for me. I'm not against people going to seek therapy or whatever, but like for me, I don't think it's for me. I don't care what they are. And I've never had, no, actually I did have experience with a Black woman too. She was sweet. She was super sweet, but it's just not for me. But people are crazy. They crazy too, Yeah.
I think everybody's crazy. But I wanted to ask, because you both people seem very surprised that you were capable of doing something simple. Like, Candid Ann, do you put on an air of incompetence? Like, do you go around and act incompetent?
Absolutely not. These are both, let me tell you, these are both white people. And I wondered, are they trying to be friendly? Are they surprised that I'm competent? Are they like, what was that about? It annoyed the hell out of me. It really, really annoyed me. So no, I don't put on an air of incompetence at all. At all. I don't think so. You think I do?
No, it was just interesting that both of them had that thing. Like, you couldn't do something simple. Like, right? You couldn't punch a number in a keypad, and you couldn't clean a toaster.
The toaster. I don't know. First of all, why am I cleaning your toaster?
Well, why are you cleaning her toaster?
Right? Because they take you know how those people are. They take advantage. You have a person there for work study. You're trying to get your little work study, and they just take advantage of having you do all kinds of stupid ass things or whatever. And it wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't like some super grimy toast or anything like that. It was just some crumbs or what have you. But,
I get you. Now, bringing that back into the Carly thing, I know Yella had a real big issue with people trying to blame it at mental health. They kept labeling, whatever she's going through, nobody would do that unless they were having a mental health issue. And I know Yella was like, really, you hate hearing that. What do you think about giving that as an excuse? Even though, like, we don't know anything, nobody's diagnosing her. What do you think about the constant, like, I'll just preface this. I do believe that there's a lot of undiagnosed mental health going around in people. I think our lifestyles lead to a lot of mental and emotional health issues. But I wonder, what do you think about that, especially with Carly? Because people are like, well, nobody would do that unless they were having a mental health crisis.
You know what I think? I think logical people don't understand how crazy people think. And so for me, from my perspective, I understand why someone would say that, because why you got to be crazy to do some stupid shit like that. Like, it don't make no sense. So I understand how that gets said, right? But I also think that with social media, we're in an age where like people are dying for attention, like starving for attention, would like create issues. Like, wasn't there a woman that was crying, talking about like, I forgot what the situation was, like on the news crying. It wasn't even her kid crying, talking about, she just felt like she knew the people. Like over here, 20 minutes away from where I live in Connecticut, and about 20 or so minutes from here is Newtown, where that shooting happened. Yes. Right. So I used to work at, I can say it now because I no longer work there, and I never will work there ever again. So I used to work in Stamford at the Royal Bank of Scotland, and I worked in what's called the comms and marketing team. And so the executives that I work for, that night, that day, I'm at my job, we're doing whatever we're doing. And all of a sudden people are like, my boss, his kid goes to that school. He had to, like, his kid went to the school, my boss, Peter Ward, his kid went to that school, and when he came back the next day, he was talking about what the fuck happened and what, it was terrible. But anyways, being that this is close by, right? I had coworkers who, when you're in Stamford, you're close to Bridgeport, you're close to Fairfield, you're close to like these little towns, and people would go who didn't live in Newtown, right? My mom is calling out me. Decline. I'm sorry, mommy. People who do not live in Newtown would drive over there just to see what was going on. And I'm like, you don't have a kid there, you don't live there. Like, why are you? Oh, I'm just at my desk listening. It's just, and listening, mouth shut, ears open, and I just feel so bad. I just have to go by there. I don't know. Like, so there's something in people that want to feel connected. And with social media, I feel like it gets amped up even more, right? Like the attention, the likes, the need for all this. So I don't know. I feel like later on down the line, maybe we'll understand that a little bit more, right? Because this whole social media is really something that we haven't dealt with at all, ever. Like, we don't have any, like, serious case studies.
Yeah, we don't have a long-term life experience with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's bad, and allegedly she was doing it just like for the attention from her boyfriend too. Like, that's kind of that little weird stuff. Like, I wish people weren't so dependent on external validation. I don't know. I know our society doesn't teach people. I know you talked about the internal locus of control before versus external. It's hard to learn that. I think it's an issue, especially with social media. Everybody's looking outside for their validation. Everybody's looking somewhere else for their sense of achievement and their sense of curiosity. I mean, even to the point that we're talking about relationships, it's the other person's burden to kind of make you happy. We're kind of trying to make that the other person is supposed to make you happy. So we're putting everything on outside relationships as opposed to on ourselves. So I think that's a big problem that we're facing as well. And I don't think people really know how to fix that. Nobody knows how to groom that in a child. It might have gotten lost with lifestyle, but there's something off, and I think people are broken because of it.
I agree with you 100%, and it's showing up in different facets. It's showing up in relationships, like you said. It's showing up online. This need for attention. People out here doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, I would 100% agree with you. But like, that's why I believe in having conversations and respectful conversations as much as possible. Because some of y'all want to get greasy, as if it's not possible to go there, right? But I don't think that those conversations bear much fruit. So if the goal is to help and to educate and to further us and to join us and whatever, altruistic things that you want to apply, I feel like just a little bit of holding back and talking and having conversation. And I'm not trying to make an excuse. It's kind of hard because you guys see it as us making excuses when we're trying to explain why the mental deficit, the burden, the blah, 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 blah. And all you guys hear is excuse. Take responsibility, take accountability, excuse, right? And so there's a gap there. There's a gap there. Like, you want me to act right, but no one's listening to me. I told you I'm a responsible woman, and I'm telling you I don't feel heard, right? I have a husband, I have a decent job, I don't have any debt, I live in a safe neighborhood, and I'm telling you, but all you did was right? Right. Now, I could take it because I believe that I'm the one that's responsible for my internal feelings. So I can take the jokes. I'm a well-rounded, or I'm not, what is the right word? I'm a confident person. So I can take the jokes and I give them, right? I'm cool with that. Right. But everyone ain't all there. You know, you say one little thing and someone get offended.
Facts.
Right. You you don't even say something. You're on a panel with your mouth shut, you get called a bitch. Why are you on there? I saw you in the chat. You know, people are like, it's crazy out here. And that's it. Come on, Arshawn. You know, that's not just from women. That's also from these men also. Some both sides.
That's everybody. Everybody's crazy. Everybody's crazy. Everybody's crazy. Trust me.
Crazy.
But let me ask you that question.
On ourselves, man, for real.
But let me ask you a question. What you said, like, honestly, because I don't take that. I feel that what you said is a feeling, like you said, it's a feeling that you have to navigate. Most women have to navigate. I don't believe it's a reality. So what I want to know is, in your experience,
fuck I just told you.
Hold on, that's why I'm getting ready to ask a question. In your experience, how does it come across that? Like, how do you, as Candid Ann, you know, you have a platform. You know, people like to hear you speak about. Like, people ask, like, "Oh, how's Candid Ann? What do you think about this?" They ask for Candid Ann. How is it that manifests in your life that you, of all people, like, still feel unheard?
Okay, I'll tell you, forget this online stuff, right? Let's talk about in real life. And I wish, sometimes I wish that my husband just come on here to verify. But even that feeling right there of me saying, I wish I'm asking him, I'm thinking out loud, right? So I'm going to give you a story. It's going to take 1 minute, right? But just the simple fact that I just said, I caught myself. I wish my husband was here to verify. Why do I have this feeling that someone else needs to verify what I'm about to tell you, just so that you can believe me? But anyways, let's move forward, right? That even in itself is how I feel like no one really listens to me. But even in itself, right? Long story short, I'm in a car. I'm at the gas station. I'm driving. I've been driving. My dad's a mechanic. I told you about that, right? So as soon as I could learn to drive, New York City, he's like, you need a car. Kid, you need a car. So I've been driving for a long time. You live in New York, you don't need a car, right? So my husband at this time, he was my boyfriend at the time. He didn't drive, or whatever, but I drive. If we're going someplace, I drive, right? I've been driving since I was 16, 17 years old. He got his license when he was older because, like I said, it wasn't a need, right? If you're in New York, take the train, take the bus, whatever. Anyway, at the gas station, I'm getting gas. There's a car in front of me that like pulled up to the gas station where I couldn't get my car. I couldn't get it to get the gas in there. So I came out and I'm like, hey, excuse me. Can you move up a little bit? I can't get the gas. He looked at me. He was like, what? No English. And continued pumping, right? Just ignored me. My husband, 2 seconds later, gets out, says, excuse me, can you move up a little bit? That meant, okay, Poppy, no problem. Okay. Got in his car, moved and stopped what he was doing, moved the car. I was like, I didn't say anything rude to the man. Okay, I'll give you a quick little story again. Just last year, during the pandemic, right? I was getting some hair supply or some stuff like that, right? I forgot what the hell I was doing, but I was at the hair supply store. You couldn't go inside the store. They have like a little window, right? Because of the whole mask and everything was terrible right now. So we're on a line. Everyone's outside on this line trying to ask for, can you give me the, can tube, whatever it is, I need my gel or whatever the hell, my edges, child, right? Mm-hmm. So there's men and women on this line, right? Because you want your edges, you want your razors. There's men and women on this line. It's mostly Black people. So I'm in line and they have one window open, right? So we're all going, it's patient, it's cool, it's a beautiful day, it's no problem, we're online, no issues, right? So a second window opens up, right? And before I can turn my head, I'm telling you, it was instantaneous. Before I can turn my head to start moving, you see, there's no mistaking me for a man. Right, I'm a small framed person. I'm not gonna get up. I'm wearing pants, but I'm a small. Trust me, I'm a small framed person. Right, mm-hmm. The man like 2-3 people behind me, automatically, yo, hurry up, move on up, come on, hurry up. Start screaming at me like I'm a child. Just started screaming at me like I was a kid. Because he knows that I'm a small frame. Like if that was Yella at the front of the line, ain't no motherfucking way. If that was you, Arshawn, at the front of the line when you were next, ain't no motherfucking way. I mean, and he just opened it. Like I didn't even have an opportunity to like start walking down there yet, right? He was just like, "Come on, hurry up, let's go!" Like it wasn't I'm talking about just a random person in the line, a black man, random person in the line, just talking to me crazy out of his mouth. You don't know me. Why would you talk to me this way? Right? So when I turned around and I said what I said, which I ain't gonna say what I said, right? He would start calling me ignorant.
That is not how you cue politely.
Exactly. You know, he started calling me ignorant, telling me that I'm ignorant. Now automatically I gotta get lumped into all the women acting a fool because you provoked me.
He provoked it. Yeah, that's dirty.
Right.
That's dirty.
I'm minding my business. I don't even know you. I'm looking for it. Right. You provoked me. Now I'm lumped into. I turned and I'm like, you don't define me. I looked at him like, have you lost your mind? Because I'm a confident person, right? Like, instead of going, I'm going to show you how ignorant I am, I was like, sweetheart, you do not define me.
Okay.
You know, but those are some of the issues in which I say that, like, out of nowhere, like I said, if my husband came in here, he will verify for you. This man totally ignored me. I'm standing there. I didn't provoke this man. Just talking to me like I'm a kid. Right. And so I can go into, I don't want to talk about nursing things or whatever, but like there's also nursing things in which, you know, blah, blah, blah. But you can't imagine. I told enough.
Yeah. No, I'll say, I know, especially for the nursing thing, I ain't going to lie to you. I want to hear from the doctor too.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, I know. I'm one of those people.
At all.
But yeah, I know. For me though, it doesn't matter male or female nurse. I'm be like, nah, because y'all got like 15 people, and then you got to go right from here to the next room. I know y'all ain't paying no attention. In my mind,
the doctor has 300 people. That's what you don't know. I have 6, 7, 8. The doctor has 300 that he's going. That's why. Yeah. So that's what you don't know. But that's besides the point. I don't care. Like if you want to talk to the doctor, I love it. It don't bother me at all. That doesn't make me feel no kind of way.
Yeah. But Cantadan, I want you to know I believe you without anybody else verifying you. I believe you and I hear you. I hear you, Cantadan.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you.
But no, that is a thing.
It's just
there is a thing
for the sake of like, you know, you're small, you know, you're a black woman, you know, I can't do shit really.
Right.
So and that's why show me any kind of respect.
That's why they're doing that. And that is sad. And I will definitely say that is something. I was taking it more along the lines of, and I think this is more of a human thing because I know I deal with this. This is the way I see it, and this is when I project. Every time I'm defending submission, I go to the like second guessing of me and like the trust factor, like because I get second guessed everywhere I go, as if I don't know myself or I don't know my own thoughts or I don't know my own feelings. Like whether it was talking to the therapists, like for assessments, I've talked to multiple. Whether it's talking to people in my family, whether it's talking to friends, whether it's talking to service people, like they'll almost like second guess what I've said as if I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to think of the most recent time. The most recent time was probably my, what was it? I was putting something away for my mother and she was instructing me as if I had never put anything away in my entire, I'm like, I'm 43. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm old enough to, you know, pack something for you. Mm-hmm. So I know my
Mama's
nephew.
Gonna mama though. They're gonna mama.
I know, and I know that's just the most recent example. But I experienced that so often. I've experienced it on panels. I've experienced it there's no facet of my life where I have not had somebody tell me my words meant to me something different than what I expressed. Like I've experienced it so often that I don't even like I don't have a feeling behind it other than annoyance. You know what I'm saying? So, I get what you're saying.
I feel that same way too. I hear you.
Yeah, so I really hate that. But
my mom does that shit to me too. It's crazy. Man. I'm almost fucking 50 years old. She be doing that type of shit.
Yeah, it be crazy. So I'm like, man.
I made a video with my mom. If you saw the stuff I had to take out, of the video that I had to edit out of there, bro.
Yeah. It just be a little weird stuff. Yeah, it'd be a little weird stuff. But Yellow, what about you, man? I know you've been out for a minute, but you back. What you think? We were talking about the.
Go ahead.
No, just go ahead. Just jump in.
I don't know where we at. I'm telling
you. Yes. Got a man drill moment.
Oh no, see, I'll admit it. I won't just come in and make the conversation because submission, right? Like I won't just come in and just make.
Do you feel heard? That's what we're talking about. Do you feel like when you say something that you gotta get someone else to verify what you're saying because people don't listen to you, or people are like second guessing you, or you're like just telling no, you don't feel the way that you feel? Like, do you feel heard?
I mean, it's relative. For my community, yeah. In the general, no. That's why I struggle with doing this a lot. I definitely feel like what I be saying ain't really heard. Like people say, like, I'm listening, but did you hear me though? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of times and I know folks say we hear you and you heard. It don't really add up.
Yeah.
It don't really add up. And that's okay because I've learned to basically just shut down and keep it to myself. That way I don't have to worry about being heard.
Same here.
And I only speak to those who say they want to hear me. If you don't come to me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So, I used to care. That's actually why I do a lot of this. Like, that's actually why I do a lot of media stuff. Because growing up, I definitely felt like I wasn't heard. And the first time I spoke, it was over with for the world. I burned a lot of bridges. I ruined a lot. I ended a lot of shit that needed to be ended because that was the way I needed to be heard. And that's why I do this. Like media shit. That's why I like talking and doing this, because I like the sound of my voice and I like to be heard. So it's a good way. It's a good way to kind of make your own way. You know what I'm saying? What you shaking your head for? I ain't even looking.
Nah, that was just so ignorant. I like the sound of my own voice. I mean,
I do.
But you admitted it. That was cool. I do. I mean, there's so few people that would actually admit that. I like to hear the sound of my own voice.
I've never even thought about that, but do I like the sound of my own voice? I don't think about it.
Dude, I stream for hours talking to myself. Well, not talking to myself, but I'm talking to the chat, but the only voice I hear is myself a lot of time. Well, yeah. If I didn't like it, shit, who would?
I like the conversations for me. It's the conversations for me. It's the ability to, like, I realized during this time here, not just on panels, but in real life, that as much as you might like someone, like I love my mom, I can't talk to her about a lot of different things, right? As much as I love certain people in my life, and they could be real close people, like I just can't talk to them about certain things. They just don't understand. That's why, like, when it comes to like nursing stuff, right, you'll find nurses when we get together, we're kind of like blah, because we understand what we're talking about. It might sound crazy or rude or whatever to other people, but like I'm telling you, you really don't know. Like, so my main thing though, even for these panels, I often feel like, is it the misogyny? Is it the manosphere? I don't know, whatever. Wants to invalidate my feelings as if every one of us don't have feelings. You're a woman, you think illogically, you have all these different feelings, you're not logical, you're the creative, you're the this. Like all these definitions and all these boxes I'm supposed to fit in because I have a uterus, right? I can't be logical. I have to be creative. I have to be all these different damn things. Right? Maybe I am, but maybe I'm not. Like, just get to know me. Like, that's the main thing about it. I just get to know me before defining, like, my husband doesn't even believe in God, but y'all want to tell me that I'm supposed to submit. Right? There was a woman right there that recently she was on, like, and I thought it was wrong, but I think she was at her wedding and they told her to obey. You heard about that one? You saw that one?
And he gonna sit there and
yeah, we gotta talk about that.
Listen, for my vows, I didn't say I was gonna obey anybody.
Okay.
But like I told you, my husband don't believe in God, so he didn't give a fuck. What the fuck? I'm not reading off no Bible, no biblical or what. Yeah. But if I was on here, what you say that online? That's your husband's a simp. You look, my husband don't even. My husband thinks so little of you people online. He won't come on here to grace this to bless my screen. He don't even think anything of it. He's like, these niggas. What are you talking about? He don't care. He doesn't care. Right. Yeah. Like I said, he doesn't believe in God. So, and I'm all about truth. Like the candidate in my name is truly, truly part of me. Right. So I'm not going to go on there and all of us have a conversation with the pastor, and act like it didn't happen like this woman did. I said from the beginning, do you want to say your own vows? Do you want to do the thing that most people do? Like, what do you want to do? All right. And like, just so you know, if we're going with the pre-written, having to hold, blah, 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 I'm not going to repeat obey. I'm just letting you know that from jump. I'm not repeating that.
Interesting.
I told him from the beginning. So you can marry, you have a choice to make. I told you what it is, right? Does that mean that I don't listen to him? Absolutely not. Of course I listen to my husband. I've told you multiple times and mentioned like I've listened to him and sometimes I'd be fucking up. I'm honest, but I'm telling you right now, if that's what you want me to repeat, I'm not surprising you when you go up there. And to this day, it's corny to him because he'll walk around here telling me, obey. Like, and this has been 20 years later. It's just a joke to him. If I don't do something, woman, obey. It's a fucking joke to him. He don't give a fuck. Right? If he tells me to do something and I'm like, I'm tired, he's like, obey. Be cool up in here. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Now, my only issue with that thing right there is not because I agree with you. I don't think there's a relationship. Like, women aren't trained animals. So I don't think like the way they mean obey when they got all hot and bothered because she didn't want to say it. I think they're bothered for the wrong reasons. Like, because I don't think you want was it just direct obedience? Like, I don't think you want that from a partner. That's kind of a weird dynamic from a partner. So I believe in partnership. I don't believe in like obedience. Like that's for children, animals. Like subjects, things that are subjected to your authority. I wouldn't want my partner to be subjected to my authority where they had to just blindly obey. So I wouldn't want that dynamic. Coming to America, you know what I'm saying? I want somebody that arouses my intellect. And if somebody just waiting for the next command and order, I can't really respect somebody that's sitting there waiting for the next thing to obey. Like, what would you like me to do, sir? What would you like me to do, sir? So I don't like that dynamic. It wouldn't suit me at all. But if you know that these are the vows, if you know that this is what is expected for you to say and that you're signing up for that, and then you kind of make a show of this, you make a show of that in front of me and my family, in front of the pastor that we were doing cancer, that kind of thing, that would that's what would get me about it.
Yeah. See, and this is another thing right here. So obey was in our vows and my wife had no problem with it.
Right.
Wonderful. I love it. I'm not like one of the things I really hate on this platform, and we're gonna get into it. We finna go there as in Yella.
Leg up.
We finna go there. Right. One of the things I hate on this fucking platform is I am so good with the fact that Von Bryant and his wife, he says that they did obey and it worked for them. I don't give a shit. Awesome. They are doing it awesome. They raised their kids. They're still together. I think they're retired. They've been there for each other through health issues. He's spoken about health issues. I'm not going to say it. I don't know if he wants me to, but I've heard it publicly before. You know what I'm saying? That relationship is working for them. And I respect it. My issue is when I come on here and I say there's something different going on and it still works, y'all want to tell me, my husband's a simp, I'm disobedient, it ain't God's way, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's the fucking problem that I have. Like, y'all do your thing. As long as you're not doing anything illegal, You're not out here like troubling children. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing.
Wait,
have your don't tell me how to have my fucking relationship. That's the issue that I have, and it annoys me.
Oh my God. Somebody called your husband a simp, kids today?
They don't even know him.
Oh God, that's hilarious.
They don't even know. Just because I said, like, I think it was it was a while back. There's been so many things.
It's just funny.
I'll be talking about a story. I'll say like, oh, this happened, whatever. And just because I disagree with the narrative of how things are supposed to be, automatically, oh, I can tell who runs that relationship. Like all the bullshit things that people say, and you don't know me, right? Yeah. You don't know me. And I don't need you to know me. I'm just saying, like, can you at least respect me? Can you hear me out? Can you get to know me? I don't come on here and tell you that you're supposed to do X, Y, Z. I don't come on here and tell you like you're supposed to do this. I would like, hey, by the way, you know, what you think about this? What you think about that? Oh, why you do this for? Oh, okay. But I don't tell people how to have their fucking relationships. You know, and I've been married, approaching the next. Whoa, shit! Goddamn, 18 years coming up soon.
Ooh. That's
less than 2 weeks away. 18 years married, plus 8 years on top of it that we were together before being married.
Ooh, y'all's marriage almost grown. So y'all's marriage almost grown. It's almost 18.
Ooh, Lord.
Hey.
Long time.
Yeah, long time. It ain't old enough to drink yet, but you know, it's getting up there. I said, y'all's marriage ain't old enough to drink, but it's getting up there, y'all.
Man, listen. I want to say some treacherous shit, but I don't want to.
Man, say that shit.
I'd be like, oh Lord, because it's just a joke. I'm just joking. I don't really think that, you know, oh, she on there talking about this. Like, fuck, can I make a joke already? Like,
don't do something about
all the time in here. Yeah. The joke I was going to make is that, you know, we should be up for, they should have like marriage license renewal where like after 9 years, you could be like, listen, it's been a good 5 years. You want to renew this? Let's just go our separate ways. You know, they should have those
contracts.
They got them in same way they do in sports, same way they do in NBA.
They should have those.
Absolutely.
When the marriage, when the rookie gets drafted, he got an automatic 2 years, and then the 2-year team option.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that, I'm halfway joking, but the reason why I say that is because sometimes I feel like, sometimes I think, I don't know, think or whatever. I'm trying to stay away from the feeling because I know how men don't like that.
All the same.
Right?
But it's all the same.
Right? I feel like
emotional creature.
You know that someone is down for you after you've been through highs and lows, financial highs and lows, healthcare highs and lows, or whatever. You know, someone is down for you, right? You can get lazy.
Yeah, facts.
Because you already know no matter what I do or don't do, they're gonna be here. They're gonna be here. But I think that renewal. I wonder, you don't think so? If you knew that shit, you knew your car. Do you act right when you know that you're about to get your annual review at your job? Don't
contract
you
year
coming in late? If you was coming in late all year, right?
Contract year.
We talking about something. We talking about something up on my level. Yeah, I ain't never been there. I work here, motherfucker. Ain't no annual review. I work here. See, I ain't never been there before. So we can't relate. Nah, y'all can't relate. I ain't had no level of importance, so I had to have a yearly or a semi-annual review. Nah, we don't review shit I do. I
think most people, except for y'all, I'm just saying in general, like when you know you can be lazy because a person's going to be there for you no matter what. Like you have someone that like is loyal. You got some, right? You're like, oh fuck it. If I don't do X, Y, and Z, they're gonna be here anyhow. But that motivation, like when you were in the beginning, when you was chasing the person, you were doing all the little extras. You was doing all the little extras. You know what I'm saying? I think sometimes after a while, you're like, whatever.
Matter of fact, you told on yourself when you came in here because you said you and your husband. You said you talked to your husband. You said, "Don't you see me putting on makeup? Where you going? The internet. You didn't already have on makeup to hang out with him and to look good for him. You came on here to look good for the internet. You know what I'm saying? So you already told on yourself.
Right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But I do a lot of other things to make sure I smell right.
I'm sure. I'm sure. you be talking.
That's not
Got
for
them
the internet. That's
colognes,
just for him.
them perfumes. Yeah, I already know. When it's time, it's time. But it was just funny when you said that.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we definitely do that. And I think we do it in small ways. And I listened to some Esther Perel. I've listened to some other. I just listened to this lady. I've never heard of her before, but Ask Ashley. And she had to tell this lady, like, you wanna like, you like being comfortable. Like, you be like being in sweats and your hair frizzy. That's cool. But also, what type of guy, because it's in the dating phase, if you're always in your comfort zone, what type of guy are you going to attract? If you're low effort, like, you're going to attract a low effort type of person, more than likely. Not that you can't find the person that you want. You're going to attract more of the people who are attracted to the level of effort that you're putting out there, because people are going to know. Because everybody, guys know, like even Yella, we know a high maintenance woman when we see one. Oh man, she put in a lot of effort. Do I want to deal with that? So there's something to that. But go ahead, Yella, jump in. I see you. I see you. Like,
I was gonna say though, but even still, even at a certain level of maintenance, I'm gonna need you to reduce some maintenance over the years, for real. Because once I fix it, it should be fixed. I shouldn't have to keep maintenance in this shit, especially if you ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying?
A man or as a woman?
I'm talking about period. I'm talking about period.
Like hair, nails, nice clothes. They should stop wanting to.
No, the shit that I have to do to try to make you think that I like you, because that's really all.
Oh, like doing. Buying flowers and
all that.
Oh my god, I want to throw up. I had a visceral reaction. Oh shit.
We got a wild Nova Sighty.
Throw up. What the fuck do you mean that you?
He want to quit trying. He said, "I want to quit trying."
Man, look, no. After a while, it's called equity. It's called equity. If I ain't putting enough work beforehand, what the fuck is you doing here?
And that's why we need a renewal of the mother. That's why we need a renewal of the. That's exactly
that
what I'm talking about.
That might be too. That might be too. That might be too. But at the same time, don't expect me to jump through the same hoops I had to jump through getting to know you, to continue to learn who you are. And that's what I mean by
okay, yeah,
and that's what I'm talking about. That tends to keep being a thing. So that's what I mean by maintenance.
I need to know, like, women look as.
No, don't start separating now. No, once you start separating, it's going. I'm trying to be fair, because the same thing with men. So something like sex. Stop expecting a woman to give you the same amount of sex she was giving you when she was younger. Shit like that.
Here's what I'm talking about, man. Let's see. We got to shut this stream down because this dude's talking crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Bro. I'm just saying like this.
Yeah, on some real shit tonight. What are you smoking? Is that what the fuck is it?
I'm smoking that real shit.
No, he's smoking that Reggie.
Like, okay, I ain't trying to be like that. Candy M's just complaining about her eyesight. Like, women get old too.
Yeah,
they don't seem that way, but that's why they gotta keep trying to go to the gym at 50 and 60 to try to keep up with these young chicks, because they want to feel like they can perform at their same level. I ain't gonna ask you to do the same tricks with your knees you was doing at 25, at 45. That's just preposterous.
You're not, but a lot of men are. You're not.
I mean, that's why a lot of these niggas can't
come on, admit, a lot of these motherfuckers, a lot of these men out here, they want yellow. You hear about it, how they want these women to be looking a certain type of way. That's why these women out here, like, I don't care. I'm trying to be healthy, right? And even if I didn't go to the gym, I'm small framed anyways, right? But a lot of men do want that.
Yeah.
But I think what Yella's saying is mad important, because it's true.
It is.
It's true. Like, we gotta give each other some kind of grace. We're getting older over here. You know, I'm not expecting you to, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to give each other grace. But I don't want to go to the full extreme where, like, I'm taken for granted.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this, I still want to know that you find me pretty, that you find me attractive, that you still want me, right? Yeah. That, like, you want to go to dinner, let's the two of us. Like, nah, fuck them kids, just you and I. Like, come on. I need that still. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it has to be, at the level of when you was chasing. I get it. You I will concede to that. You're 100% right. But I don't want to go to the opposite end of that either.
See, that flame don't need to burn all the time. For some reason, we continue to think that it need to be this continuous flame when it really can just exist as a box of matches instead of one continuous yes.
A pilot
instead
light.
Of no.
A pilot light.
A box of matches. A box of
matches. You don't want
it
completely gone?
A match can start any fire, dude. A match can start any level of fire.
Until they get wet.
A match can start any. I could take a match. I could take a match. I
hear what you're saying.
And start any level of fire.
Okay,
but that's what I'm talking about. It don't. What I'm saying is this: it don't need to be able to. It don't need to be constantly burning to it. You just be able to peeking in. I see that fire for me still burning. No, you want some fire? Okay, cool. Like my thing is this: until they get wet.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you
what.
No, he was talking about the matches until they get wet, but it's the metaphorical match. The fact that a match will strike as long as it ain't soaking wet, it'll strike.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with you, Yellow, on these grounds. One, I do agree with you that you should not be able to expect the same person to do something at 20 that they do at 40 or 50. That's unreasonable. But what I can expect is for you to give me the same level of effort and curiosity and attention and intention. But because of our experience together, that effort should be like concentrated. It should be more efficient because we know each other better. So that's what I would say. But to what you're saying, Yellow, I don't like what you're saying at all because it sounds like that automatic femininity. It sounds like that when I'm around the right man, I'll automatically just fall into my femininity. As soon as I'm around if he's the right masculine man, I'll automatically be feminine. That match will just strike right up. No, ain't no switch to flip, and everybody just automatically just lights up with all that passion and flame.
No, there's some validity to that. I'm not saying to the level of which people are talking about on here, right? But there is some validity to that. Now, if you are a person that has a strong personality and you always lit, like I understand that you are, I get what you're saying, right? But I'm not about to just follow any damn person just because they're a man, they have a penis. I'm not about to just submit. I'm not just about to, I'm just, there's some people that are kind of foolish out here, right? So with a particular type of personality, one that I can trust in, I can relax, right? But I hear you. I just feel like I like this conversation because we're not talking about the extremes. I feel like on these conversations, people oftentimes want to talk about the extremes when most of us fall someplace in the middle, right? Now, what Yellow was talking about with that flame, at first I was like, what? Right? Because to some level, as a woman, I could tell you that psychologically, and sex is mostly psychological, right? We need time. It's like, if you haven't been talking to me all day, please don't stick me in the middle of the night. You know what I'm saying, right? Don't just be jabbing me in the middle of the night thinking that, okay, well, I don't, the flame is on, bitch. Let's go. I just like the match, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. But I'm not saying you have to be like courting me all the time. There's like, just talking to me. You all right, babe? A little smack on the ass, a little playfulness throughout the day, that keeps the flame. It could be low, but it lets me know that you're here, you're engaged. Like, that's what I'm talking about with that flame, right? But you're right. To some extent, like I don't talk about the extremes. You're right. Like we can turn it up when it needs to be turned up and dial it back when it needs to be dialed back, because real life happens. Right. Like I said in the beginning of this stream, I haven't been feeling that great emotionally. I've been stressed. My mama this, my daddy that, blah, blah, blah. Right. So like, but the flame and the love and all that stuff is still there. Right. So it can be with a dinner and a little conversation. The dinner, when I say dinner, it don't even have to be out. It could be us in here cooking our own shit. Right. Just in here doing whatever we do. So yeah, to some extreme, I rather to the less extreme, I agree with him there.
Yeah. I just think there's got to be something. There's got to be some. I'm saying there's got to be a pilot light. You got to start from somewhere. Because a lot of people, the relationships, people tap out of the relationship once the fire dies altogether. People don't understand why are we still here. And then typically why are they still here is just for the kids. And then when the kids are gone and there's no flame, there's no kids, there's no flame, there's no purpose.
Listen, I've been married for a long time. I could tell you a couple things. Yeah, that's why I believe that you have to have your own internal sense of self. Because if you out here expecting, I don't like those midnight jabs. Like I be in a good sleep. You know, I don't like to be woken up. Like shit.
I'm not, because the same thing is on the other side. That trying to keep that fire burning is as exhausting as any other part of the relationship. So why do you think at 50 or 60 that I want to have to be concerned about that? I'm here, damn it.
No, it's not enough. No, that's not enough.
Yeah, well, go make it enough. You heard Smokey Mama. You heard Smokey Mama. Make it enough.
No, it's not. That's why people get divorced. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. That like I'm not saying, Yella, that you have to go out there and watch too much TV. Oh, you know what, Miss? She said I don't watch TV at all. Actually, like I haven't had television in over 15 years, at all. Like no cable at all. But I do watch Netflix from time to time, and I just signed up for Hulu because these fools got me into anime.
I watch them legal. I watch them illegal sites.
I don't watch none of that stuff. I don't watch TV. Like it's been years. Like when I tell you years.
If it's free, it's for me. I don't.
Oh, not for me. Nuh-uh. But
subscriptions. We go holler at BB and them. They got the hook up on all of that
shit. Hold on a minute. My husband's going to the supermarket. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Idea thing.
Hey, we need cheese. We need some more cheese.
Nah, see, that's Chicago stuff. Bree would already be telling you about that cheese in Chicago, man. Y'all always looking for some cheese and some onions. Some cheese and some onions.
Because we keep keep shit good, though.
Nova Rain in the building, man. Appreciate you. And Summer Miss Pies and Mrs. She Said, appreciate all three of y'all for tapping in. And I want to take the minute to acknowledge Danny Anthony with the Cash App. Man, appreciate you and your support for the channel, my guy. You know, got a little something new, man. I know Umar get a little tired from working over here. Umar be working over here for free, and I ain't donated to the school or nothing. So I wanted to get something else, you know. So I gotta say, thanks for the glizzy. Thanks for the glizzy.
Well, as you all know, today is National Hot Dog Day.
Thanks for the glizzy.
Hot dog is my favorite meat.
Thanks for the glizzy.
I love hot dogs.
A glizzy. A glizzy.
Why are people doing this?
A glizzy. A glizzy. A glizzy.
I love them in buns. I love them outside of buns. It's the best, best meat there is, without question.
Thank you for the rose. How thoughtful. Thank you for the glizzies. Penis.
Regular human beings isn't thinking to doing shit like this, so tap in, bro.
Yeah, tap in for real.
Yeah.
Forget that. So tap into a psychiatrist, tap into some meds, tap the fuck in, dog.
Yeah.
You're all the way out of bounds with this shit right here. This is crazy.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
Oh, liquid courage.
And thank you so much for the Cash App. Thanks for the glizzy.
Thanks for the glizzy. I'm not going to do the hand signal.
No, finish it. No, you got to take it all the way. Take it all the way. Nah.
Absolutely not. No.
Shoot, can I get some chocolate milk? Strawberry milk for me, please. So we got 2 people ordering. Yeah, but boy, I'm trying to tell you, man, I'm going to tell you, to what you said, I don't know how long I could maintain, how I could survive in a relationship if I didn't have any passion for the person. I don't mean it's got to be like, I don't have to feel like I'm in love type feeling. I don't got to feel that butterfly effect every time I see you or hear you talk. It ain't got to be that. But I have to feel connected. I'm just one of them people. I got to feel connected. I could not do duty for too long. Like just pure duty. It wouldn't sustain me. It wouldn't sustain my interest. It wouldn't sustain my intention. And I could just not be a dutiful person. I could not be, I might not have the virtue for that. But I need to have some passion for you. as a human being. And if that's died off, like I'm going to wonder why we're together. Because at that point, it's going to be like very perfunctory. It's going to be very performance based. And I'm like, if it's just duties, I'm going to feel away. I've never once I start feeling like that with a person where I'm going through the motions, I typically tap out. Now, I've also never married anybody because I typically get to that point before we progress that far. My mind moves on very quickly. So if I need like growth and evolution even inside of a relationship, a lot of people are not ready for that. So I've never gotten that far. The one person I would have, she outgrew me. You know, she just developed faster than me. So I get it. Like she was evolving, growing faster than me, and I never was mad at her. I was like, you know, go be free. You know, go explore. Go run. Go frolic. Go frolic. I get you. I'm not trying to hold anybody back, and I wouldn't allow anybody to hold me back either. But I'm also not somebody that believes in that marriage is forever type thing. Marriage is for as long as we decide, because we're adults and we're free people in this here United States. So that's why for me, for me, there's got to be at least a pilot light, so that with some effort, I could stoke it into a full fire. But it has to be something to start with. I'm not trying to build a fire from scratch.
So I'm not necessarily speaking no passion, right? I'm not sitting there like I don't feel nothing from my partner until it's time to fucking fight up the flame. What I'm saying is this: is after a while, you know it's there. That's why I made the matches reference instead of a lighter.
Okay. I think that's what you're saying.
Stove. It's there. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to always be a fire, right? It's always available. It don't have to always be a fire. It can easily turn into a fire, but it don't have to be a fire all the time, because to keep that fire going, now I have to maintain this fire instead of always being able to have that fire for you. It's there. It's there. It don't need to be. It's there. You know what I'm saying? So
I hear you, but I don't agree with you. I feel like
I look at it like this though, because he brought up a good way to like kind of phrase it, right? And he said like going through the motions. And I'm gonna tell you right now, bro, if you think at all while you in a relationship that every day you gonna mean it, that's crazy as hell, bro. You don't mean it every day. That's humanly impossible to mean it every day. You gonna mean it every day?
Mean what?
You gonna mean what you gonna mean how you feel. It's going to be with this gusto and emphasis and passion. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be any of that. Some days when you go to work and you just go through the motions. Candid Air, you don't go into work every day like I'm finna kick this nurse job's ass, because this is some days you be like, I'm at work, I'm finna go through these motions. You don't remember half the things you probably said to some of them people because it's part of your routine. You have it down so much. That's the way that you get through stuff. Is some days you need to go through the emotions, because if you pound it into your head that it's got to be this enforcement of passion and I need to emphasize how much, you're gonna lose your fucking mind.
Okay, I hear you, but that's why I talk about I don't want to go to the extreme. Yeah. What I'm saying is like I hear what you're saying. You're saying like it takes too much effort, but it takes a little bit of effort. I'm talking about the little bit of effort on both our parts, right? What I don't want is to be ignored. What I don't want is to try to spark up something and you're like, bitch, I'm playing a game. Leave me alone. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I hear you. I don't even really disagree with you, because that level would be exhausting. Would be impossible to maintain. I totally get it. I just need, like you said, we started off this conversation with getting older and what have you, right? And I said, like, it ain't the same for women, right? Keep that in mind. For a woman, we're always wondering, am I too old yet? Like, is he looking at other women yet? I'm not saying all of us, and I'm a confident ass woman, but like, the shit be going through your mind, like, you know, like, so you want a little bit of reassurance. That little pat, it could be as simple as a pat on the ass when I'm washing the dishes. It could be just that. Just to let me know you're still checking out my ass. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking you to like come home and buy flowers and do this and cook a meatloaf and all this other stuff. I'm just talking about it takes both of us, right? It also takes me sometimes just listening. Just, hey, you know what, babe, you all right? let me give you your space. You playing the game? All right, I just want to make sure you need anything. You need any water? Want me to roll the next blunt for you? Well, I don't know. Whatever y'all do, right? Whatever. It takes a little bit of a, just on both ends.
Yeah. The only thing I was gonna say to that, man, I get I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And even when I was like, when we were living, me and old girl were living together. Every day was I'm not trying to. Every day was not like a picnic. Every day was not like an outing. Sometimes we would just sit in the house and play cards or Mancala or watch some TV. But what I'm saying is, even going through the motions of the routine, it was done with a desire to do it with this person. So if I ever lose the desire to do what I'm doing with this person, is what I'm talking about. If the pilot liked to do it, because I'm going to go through the motions. I'm alive. I'm going to go through the motions of living. But if I don't want to do it with this person, if that fire dies, I can do the motions. What they say, I can do battle by myself. I can go through the motions without this person. I don't need this person to go through the motions of life. I don't need this person to struggle through it daily with and have to consider their feelings and have to interact with their family and have to do all of these things that drain me personally, because I'm more introverted and I'm very selfish and I'm highly tuned to self. So it was always, for me, being in a relationship is always an intentional matter, because everything that a relationship requires is outside of my nature. So I had to do it with the intention and the desire to be tapped in, which is one of the reasons it's so easy for me to be perma single now, is because I'm naturally set up to not want to deal with other people. So for me, every day, every time she wanted to play a game or just sit and talk or hold hands, I had to desire her presence enough to do that, because it was antithetical to what Rashawn wanted. I didn't want to do all these things. I don't want to maintain your emotional state. I don't want to have a connection to your family. I don't want to have differences between my family because of you. I don't want to have to do all of these things because they're uncomfortable for me. I had to stand up against my older sister because of my relationship with her, because they had a beef and she was kind of standing there alone. So I had to step up. There are a lot of things I didn't want to do, but because I wanted to be with this person, the flame was there for this person, I'm going to do what's uncomfortable. I'm going to do what's required. So that's what I'm saying. Like if that flame for that person ever dies, I don't need anything there. I don't need your kindling. I don't need your wood. I don't need your stove. I don't need anything. You can just be removed, because it's going to take up excess energy. I've got to have storage space to keep your life inside of mine. There's all kinds of requirements to have another person included in your life. So if I don't desire for you to be there, I'd rather just not have you there. And eventually I got to that place where, you know what? All of the things that kind of pulled my energy, it just became, it was easier for me to be like, I'm done, because there's too much that pulls on my energy and I'm not getting enough desire from the people I'm dating and seeing. It just wasn't enough. So that was my man. But I totally understand what you're saying. The going through the motions I think going through the motions is a necessary part of a relationship. But I do also think going through the motions, you have to have a reason to do that, because people will check out. Like on the job, they call it quiet quitting. People will check out and they'll either get fired or they'll finally quit, because you're going to start growing resentful of going through the motions. If you don't care to be there, if you don't want to be there, if you never get positive feelings, if you don't think you're getting paid enough, if you don't think that. A lot of the problems, we sign ourselves up for a lot of contracts where we're doing a lot of things we do not want to do for people we do not want to do it with, and we try to hold on to it. And I think that's a big problem in our culture. But I again, I totally understand what you're saying. How firm does that pat have to be, Kendra, for it to be reassuring?
You know, hubby knows. That's all I'll say.
She's like, I'm not feeding your kink. And is there a high enough level of pat that is more concerning than reassuring?
It's not really the high, it's the low pat, like under the ledge kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. People grow to be by themselves and learn to be comfortable in being alone with themselves. Yeah. It wasn't like that at first. Yeah. And it was just, for me, it was the cost. The cost of dealing with another person became more unbearable than the cost of like being alone. It just over time, I was like, you know,
I'm so happy you said that. I really, and so here's another case in which I feel like if I said that and it was a different set of men on this panel, it would have been, but you need a man. What are you going to do? You're not supposed to be alone. What are you going to do when you get old? It would have been, but there's another case in which I feel like If I have said it, there would have been a lot of pushback, right? Because God forbid a woman decides that she wants to be by herself. God forbid a woman decides that she don't want kids, that she don't want a man, right? You need us. We're designed together, and then everything gets thrown at you: the Quran, the Bible, the fucking whatever the fuck, all these different books, right? And look at the animals, and look at the nature gets thrown at you, and everything gets thrown at you. But a man to say that, oh, okay, yeah, you can live by yourself. It's cool. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Now that's not anything against quantum. Let me make that clear also. I'm just piggybacking off of how oftentimes I feel like women are not heard.
Yeah.
Right. That's nothing against quantum. It just triggered my mind. And I agree with you. And I'm happy that you said that, because there's some people that want to be by themselves. And there's nothing, I don't find anything wrong with it. But I know that oftentimes in these spaces, if a woman says she wants to be by herself, it's not accepted.
I've seen some of that. I can admit I've seen some of that. And I'm gonna tell you though, the one I'm gonna add this caveat though. At my core, I know I need men though. Like I think men, what happens with the manosphere red pill types, they conflate two conversations. There's the romantic conversation, and then there's the operating in society conversation. I know I can't sustain a living without the men keeping the roads, the pipes, that the maintenance people to come by and fix stuff at the apartments. I know there's a lot of men that make my existence possible, that deliver the goods, and so I think what happens is they conflate. I don't need a woman or a man romantically, but societally, I need a lot of men and women. I need, you know what I'm saying? But for some reason, what a lot of men hear is that women don't need men societally. And it feels like, how could you possibly think that? That's so delusional. Because we need men and women. We need the women teachers. We need the women nurses. We need the men laborers. We need men and women. But for whatever reason, women in the conversations, they seem to deny the need for men in society. And I think that comes from the feminist, the twisted, distorted feminist lens, because I think we're all essential workers. We're all essential laborers. Our labor, our physical labor is needed for society to function. But for some reason, they bleed that into the romantic relationship. I'm not sure why, because I think those are two different topics and that need to be handled differently.
I hear you.
They don't start off that way. I'm just saying. I've heard that in these spaces too, Candid. True. Yeah, so I know it's a thing. Yeah, I know it's a thing, but I've also heard, I've heard so many times the women, like, because they fought back on Kevin Samuels and that, like, man, well, no, we could exist without men in society. I'm like, no, because us men, we couldn't exist without men in society. I mean, we couldn't do it.
Could men exist without women in society?
No, that's what I'm saying. We need all of the physical labor that men and women provide.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, we need all of the physical labor because we bring different skills. We bring different hard skills and soft skills. And I think all of them are essential.
Absolutely.
Yes,
that's the other thing is that, like, I listen, 100% agree with you there. Like, we all have values. Some of us a little bit more, you know, in terms of what's good for society or what's good for self and what have you. The world will be a much better place if you had gender based.
Affirmative. Deep sea oil rig workers. I do not want a bunch of, I'm sorry, forgive me. I do not want a bunch of slightly built women out there trying to work the oil rigs out in the middle of the ocean.
As long as they get it done, I don't care who does it.
Man, it's gonna take 3 times as long, 4 times as many women. It's not. No.
And most men can't do that job.
Right. I can't.
I don't even know what it takes, but I'm just saying I don't care.
But that's the point though. And I get what you're saying. I get what y'all saying. And I think the better way to look at it is like this. If it comes down to that point, men wouldn't survive with women because the death rate would, the birth rate would just cease to exist. Infrastructure wise, we would keep this motherfucker rolling though until the last man died. For women, it would be the opposite. Y'all society, y'all would probably scoop together and have like the greatest 20-year run ever. And then the lights go out and then shit's over with because y'all gonna die. It'll all be just as long as it will all last as long as the last generation, because the one thing that neither one of us can do without each other is make more people.
Agreed. Agreed. And we got to get to a point where we realize that like we have different strengths, right? And let's just honor those strengths and say like we need each other. Now, I'm not saying that like you have to be in a marriage or you have to be in a relationship, but I think even if I was a single, like I've told you guys, God forbid something happens to my husband, I'm never, ever getting married again. I've said that emphatically clear. Now I'll come on here and I'll play games. Hey, you looking cute? What's going on? Whatever. But I know I'm telling you right now, I'm never getting married, right? But I still think I would need a community. I would need to be close to my brother. I would need to be close to my father if he's still around. I would need a bunch of women. I need to be in an apartment complex or some shit like that. Like I'm not so delusional where I think I can stay on these 3 acres and do everything by myself. Right? I'm aware. So I think we gotta have some kind of either I'm gonna have 2 other women in here that can help out and we all take care of one another. It'll be the Golden Girls. Not have an issue with that either. What's up, Sheila? How you doing, beautiful?
Yeah, so everybody, Bravo with Sheila Network is in the building. Thank you for coming through. I'll be having a conversation with her on Thursday where I'll be trying to fold in ambiguous loss, the concept that I heard over there. And again, I was in the chat, you know, at the risk of my perceived masculinity. I was in the chat having full-blown allergic reaction, realizing how much ambiguous loss I had experienced in life and had not had a word for it. Like there's so many things. So I wanted to kind of parlay that into
loss you're talking about, or
no, she's about to talk about this. I think she just came from doing her live on disenfranchised grief. Okay, which may be it may be closely related to the ambiguous loss. It may be the same concept. It may be slightly different. But there are lots of things that we don't get like closure on or understanding on. What's up, the world class?
What's up?
I think I'm going to fold that into Thanos. Thanos from the Marvel movies, the Avengers. He had a lot of quotes, a lot of things that are quotable from Thanos, and I think they're in the gender divorce because what he said he's going to snap his fingers, and half of the universe will just disappear. So that's like the gender divide, just snapped away, gone. So I'm going to parlay that into the what have we lost? Like this whole gender war, because I think there's a lot of concept that we don't understand, that we've lost things, which is why some of these conversations are so resonant, why people are so emotionally triggered by some of these conversations, including like the submission. There's something there that so many people get emotionally triggered on both sides around the word submission, or about the word this or the word that, or this concept or this conversation. There's something there that we never get to the root of. So I want to speak to, she does a counseling corner. I love when she does a counseling corner. So Bravo with Sheila will be over here Thursday, and I'm going to ask her some questions. I want to, have some of those Thanos quotes tied into it. So I do want to definitely try to get to the root of some of the losses that might be feeding this gender issue. And I'm going to have another conversation with another counselor, clinician at some point in the near future, but I got to reach out to him. I think so too. I hope so. I try to bring some creativity, but I also try to make sure things are insightful and people can take something away from it. So that'll be Thursday, August 3rd at 3 p.m. Eastern. So if you can't watch it, watch the replay. And definitely brace yourself. He's sexist against all the strong female deep sea oil rig workers out there, all 168 of them. Real number. Hey, listen, I do have my problems, Nova, but I'm willing to admit them. But good to see you all here. I want to take a moment though to switch this up because we had a few other things on the docket for today that we wanted to talk about. Candid Ann, I did not watch the hearings about aliens, about the UFOs.
Neither did I. But I hear apparently there's some aliens out here. They discovered that they're actually aliens. What you feel about that? I'm ready for them to come because I'm fucking tired of men. I'm tired of people. I'm sick of shit. I'm ready. I'm tired. I'm fucking well tired. So bring them on in. Bring them on in. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of people. I really am. People terrible out here. We need a new species or something. This is terrible.
Oh, see, I was about to make a bad joke. Oh God, I was about to be so insensitive, but it's going to go right onto the third topic. Like we already have a new species. They're transition people, but I'm gonna move on to
that. Okay, I want to talk about that. I was about to say what, but they're still human. Let's talk about.
They're human, but we need to talk about the distinction. But we're gonna come back to that. Aliens, Yella, you like the space exploration. What do you think about aliens among us?
I actually agree with my fellow space cadet Quantum right there. They've been here.
They've been here.
Motherfuckers been here. Well, here's the thing, right? And I'll kind of tailor it a little more. They either been here or they haven't came yet. Because for some reason, I don't know why we think what aliens is gonna do is just come hover in one place. Like when aliens, like we always get this idea, yeah, what aliens is gonna do is they're gonna come in and their ship is just gonna hover over the planet and look menacing for a couple days or whatnot, and we ain't gonna see nothing. Nobody's gonna see nothing. All these CCT cameras, all this stuff, nobody's gonna actually catch anything, right? They aliens. They don't need to watch from here. They don't need to watch from the clouds. They don't need to get that close to watch from here. We got
cloud watchers. They're cloud watchers.
We got satellites that watch the Earth from further than we claim the aliens are. Stop it. They ain't sitting there watching. It's thousands upon thousands of satellites in the sky. Google Earth satellite is further out than that alleged picture of them people. You know what I'm saying? So they either here or, you know what I'm saying? They either here or they ain't got here yet. The ones we worried about, they ain't got here yet. Because trust me, if they come do something, they ain't finna just come in and we have the internet. We broadcast all our secrets across the internet. If we are worried about this, which we perceive advanced species of people, they don't need to come to the basic they don't need to come to the basic crust of the earth to get our information. The internet signal doesn't stop at the clouds, y'all. It just goes right off into space.
Nah, I do think there are beings that I'm in between on the visitation thing, because I could see us not being important enough for them to land and try to talk to. Like, look at these idiots. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I get it. Like, I could see some cloud watchers, like the same way we cloud watch on the internet. Yeah, like, what are they doing? Like, is this what they're talking about? And then we just fly off, like, like undetected, or try to be undetected. But I think maybe they do that. I don't know. But I also can see the thing, like,
good sense they would. Like, I don't even want to be here. Like, if I had an option not to.
Listen, Anae, your mom saw one of the aerial vehicles. I'm not going to dismiss your mother's experience. I'm not going to invalidate her experience. I will say, though, that your mother sounds like a lovely person. That's what I'll say.
Man, it also could have been indigestion too. So you know,
see, I see invalidator. He's an invalidator. You heard that?
I'm going to invalidate it all. I'm going to invalidate it all. I'm sorry. I'm going to invalidate it all.
See,
I'm going to validate it all.
You know what? We got to cancel him.
Ooh, just like y'all God don't come to walk the earth no more. Same concept. Yeah. Whoa.
Exactly.
Pulled out the big guns, huh?
Didn't she though? I mean, she did go there. I don't know. See, I think I'm in between on that one too, because part of me thinks if I were to believe in the Bible, I would believe that he didn't walk the earth simply because of the way humans behaved. Like, because again, that whole Old Testament was like, man, failure after failure after failure. After a while, why would I walk with you? You can't do nothing right you can't stay safe for 5 minutes. You ain't acting right for 5 minutes. Soon as Moses walks up this mountain, y'all worshiping golden calves and this, that, and there's so many problems. I quit walking with y'all too. If y'all was my kids, like, shoot, Canadians ready for the aliens to come back. She's tired of y'all. And she ain't even God. God made y'all. Everybody's tired of y'all. Everybody's tired. But listen, I get it.
People terrible. It's disappointing, actually. I mean, I'm mostly commenting on the fact that, like, I'm not afraid if they're aliens, if they're not aliens. I try not to worry about things I can't control. If there are aliens, I still got to go to work. If they're not aliens, I still got to go to work. I still got to pay. So I try not to worry about things that I cannot control. Right? Does it matter at the end of the day? Like, can I do something about it? Right, there's a lot of things here that I can't control, and I try to focus on that.
Maybe that's all. It's a lot of alien looking motherfuckers. I can tell you that.
Dang, another joke.
Listen, go ahead and usher. You dying to talk about this?
Man,
Let's go ahead and usher into this conversation.
It's Monday. This when people supposed to be slightly disgruntled. It's Monday, nigga. Let it be Monday. Say that shit.
Say your piece. Say your piece. What you got?
Nah, because I mean, these people are like you said, people looking like Transformers, like like aliens.
Disrespectful Transformers. What are Transformers? Transsexual people. What are Transformers?
Anything that can change its shape, anything that can change its shape and become something different. Because it's not just the Transformers. What I was going to also add to the lexicon, because we have Decepticons out here. Because they call it Decelarius basically a Decepticon. Because she don't look like a full-blown natural woman either. And we also got these people like the Sukianas out here. We got Autothoughts. Roll out. Listen, we got a lot. We have a lot of
I think Mrs. She said is right.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Everybody wanted to come down on the trans people this week. But trans people ain't the only people that are augmented, living a different reality. That's all. That's what I want to know, because there's a lot of aliens out here. There's a lot of aliens out here. People that do not look normal. People that look augmented, changed, adapted, evolved, spacey. The eyes are over here. Their lips taking up half their face. The lashes are they tied. They curl back to their forehead. Like, come on, man.
For real.
A lot of this stuff is alien. A lot of this stuff is alien. I see a lot of extra ass terrestrial every day. There's a lot.
Where you live? Because when I've been to Vegas, there was a lot of people with some button.
It's like we at a Comic-Con.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we at a Comic-Con.
Oh, that's my God.
Like we at every day. We at a Comic-Con every day.
I
guess people don't want to be people no more then, right? They want to be something else. If I could get some titties, I would. I ain't gonna lie. I could buy some, but if I could, I could. I don't want to say if I could. I'm saying if I was really, really, if there's anything that I would buy, it would be some breastises.
Yeah.
I'd buy some breasticles. What you looking at me for? What you looking at me for? I would buy some titties. I would.
So I can't be mad. I can't be mad at one group. I can't be mad at one group. I can't be mad at one group for changing when all the groups are changing. Men are lengthening their knees now, or that bone stretching.
Shin plants.
Shin plants. Yeah, I'm like, I can't really be mad at one group for changing
legs.
everything.
That's one guy, he lengthened his legs for a chick, huh? Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm just not signing up for that maintenance. I could every 8 to 10 years, you got to go in there and get some new ones. I ain't doing all of that.
But no, we got to maintain relationships. Huh? See how you feel about the fake titties? That's exactly how I feel about having to maintain that weak ass, weird ass relationship dynamic. About having them, you got to go reassure them titties they work right. That's what it is. You got to go reassure yourself that the titties work right. Go check on. Just saying.
I get what you're saying, no, but I do think we need to during the whole TS Madison, just hilarious. Everybody's kind of responded to it. Everybody's had an issue with the trans people and talking about women and gatekeeping. And I know you heard some of that conversation yourself, Candidate, and you weren't really feeling like I would give up this period. I don't want this period. Y'all can have this period.
Get this period.
Take it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm tired. Summer says she's gonna give me some titties that she could.
Yeah, I can give you some
too. I think she got some tickle bitties over there. Send them to me.
Dad yellow cam down on that one. Nah, I'm good. Nah, it's a thing, man. I don't know. Jesus Christ. 6421 Columbus, Ohio, 4206042. This dude is crazy. But I wanted, what is your opinion on that whole trans and versus woman conversation? How did that land on you? Did you feel like Like, first of all, let me ask you this question first. Do you feel like trans women, in fact, that they're trying to look and give the visualization of a woman, some of them are trying to sound like women. They're taking hormones to adjust their body to be more feminine. Do you feel that encroaches on your womanhood at all? Or do you is it one of like the alien thing? It don't bother me. I gotta pay my bills anyway. All that stuff.
Listen, so I don't like, okay, I'm going to say as much as I can say, because I really feel like when we have these kind of conversations, I really feel like someone in that community should be here, right? Mm-hmm. Because just like I said, I don't feel heard, right? Mm-hmm. I feel like it's fair for someone in that community to say their experience as opposed mm-hmm. to me telling you what I think, right? However, as a woman, I'm going to answer from my perspective. I don't feel like it encroaches on Andrea. However, there are some areas in which I see that women are rightfully upset when it comes mm-hmm. to sports, right? And these women have worked really hard. And I don't play sports, so it's got nothing to do with me, right? When it comes to these sports and you have biological men that have mm-hmm. transitioned into being women, right? And they're playing against biological women. There's no competition. Just like I said, that man, the way he could talk to me, because he knows there's no competition physically, mm-hmm. right? And if I was a woman that was, into sports, into soccer, into racing, and that was my scholarship money, that's how I was going to make it. Like that was like my everything. That's, some people, they're really into these kind of things. Oh, yeah. And to have that's totally unfair to me, right? And I think when I listen to conversations from most trans people, they agree. They also agree that, like, come on now, that's that's unfair. But in terms of my womanhood and my breasts, as small as they might be, perky into my uterus and whatever else, my hips and all these kind of different things, and what makes me a woman. Nothing, no one, no man, no woman, no nothing. I am who I am. But keep in mind, I'm also a person, and is a person that mm-hmm. I work on myself. All of my confidence or insecurities, and if I have insecurities, I work on them. I don't expect Yella, I don't expect Orshawn, I don't expect the chat or anyone to fix me. If I'm sad and depressed, I'm like, yo, this was going on. I'm depressed. I'm about to take up a new hobby. I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. Lord have mercy. I'm scared. Right. I'm scared. Right. But no, but I do understand, like when women say they don't want to be called cis women, mm-hmm. right? It don't take away or add anything. Like, keep in mind, like I said, here we go again. And you're talking to a nurse, so I'm used to a lot of Latin and Greek prefixes. When I talk to a pulmonologist, those are Latin and Greek prefixes that we use in English language. When you go to a urologist, a pulmonologist, when you're going to see a cardiologist, when you're talking about the body and you're talking about certain things, these are Latin and Greek prefixes. So the word cis only means all that it means is on the same side of, and trans means on the opposite side of. So when we're talking about, like, literally when you're talking about your when we're learning at when we're in A&P, anatomy and physiology, and they talk about your colon, you have a transverse colon, right? You have one like ascending, transverse, and descending. Like, so the trans just means going across, opposite side, right? So these words for me, like,
different context.
Yeah, like, because I have spent hours on top of hours studying, because I had to, Latin and Greek prefixes, because just for medical stuff, so that I can understand what I was getting into when I became a nurse. That was just part of what I had to do. Right? We had to sit in there and understand when someone, I might not know every single word, but the reason why they teach you these things is because you're going to read someone's file and you're going to see a word that you don't know, but I'll be able to understand what the disease is because I can understand the prefix, the ending, and certain things like that. Right? However, right, taking Anne away from that, I understand why biological women are annoyed with the word cisgendered women. Yeah. Right. Fact of the matter is, cisgendered men could also be a gay man.
Yep.
Right. But I do understand why women are upset with that, because you want me to respect what you're called, whatever it is. You want me to respect your prefixes or whatever. And I'm asking you to, if you want me to call you what you want me to call you, then respect what I'm asking you to call me. Right. So in that sense, I do understand. What I wish there was more of, I saw Funky Geneva. He had a conversation, and I thought it was one of the better conversations. Claudia Joyner, I don't know her last name, but I think her name is Claudia Jordan.
Jordan, yep.
Jordan, I apologize. Claudia Jordan. She's a woman, he's a gay man, and they had a texting conversation back and forth. And it seemed to me, because they established respect, when I say love and respect, I'm not saying they're in love, right? A semblance of mutual love and respect for one another as people, right? They were able to have a real conversation. This is why I don't like that. Because he's like, I don't understand. What's the problem? Why is this bothering you? I'm a gendered man. They don't bother me. Only and he couldn't get it. And she explained to him, why it bothers her. You guys, going up for like Woman of the Year for who was it? When that was Kardashian, what was the person's name?
Jenner, Bruce, when he first transitioned.
Right, been a woman for a hot minute, and now you Woman of the Year. I get it. Why I'm never gonna be Woman of the Year, right? So it don't bother me, but I understand why why women are like, the fuck. I understand it. So I really feel like there needs to be some understanding and some conversation on both sides. But me, like, I already know what I'm sitting on. I already know what goes on. There ain't nobody gonna make me feel no type of way. It don't really bother me. The cisgendered word don't bother me. I prefer just call me Ann.
Mm-hmm.
It don't bother me at all. Hey,
Moesha stand account. Bush Lurkin had to ask if y'all heard Lance Armstrong say he's about fairness in sports and trans women shouldn't compete with bio women. Like he wasn't roided up his whole career. I mean, that's a good point. The PEDs. Mandrell just had to talk about PEDs, about fairness. But I also believe there's a difference between a roided up man competing against other men versus a woman who's transitioning or a man transition. Like there's still a difference. Like
Right. But that's still unfair. Yeah.
No, it's still unfair. There's always going to be some inherent unfairness because like if me and Yellow compete in something, we're never going to be the same size, same experience. It's never going to be 1-to-1. So what you try to do is try to mitigate. Like in boxing, they have weight classes. So you're within a certain range of acceptability. So there are weight classes to try to mitigate the differences. But even within those differences, some people have more reach. Some people have more weight when they come in because they'll drop all the water to weigh in, and then they'll put all the water back on before the fight. So some person, they'll come into the fight 40 pounds heavier than the other person because they put all the water back on after the weigh-in. They just shredded all the water. So that you're never going to get rid of all the fairness. But I do believe there's like Barry Bonds versus Ken Griffey Jr. The difference between them, one was on Roy's, one wasn't. Both are legends. Both are in the Hall of Fame. The difference between them is far different than if Ken Griffey had stepped down into a women's league. Like that there's the range, the difference, the chasm between those two is so far different. So that's my only pushback on that. But I do agree with there's still fairness. There's still a degree of unfairness with the whole PDs and all that. But I think that putting men people that started as men have the bone density and muscle mass of men who are transitioning hormonally into women playing against other women, it's a little different than two men and one of who's on PEDs because we don't even know how effective some of those PEDs are because a lot of times it's just for a lot of people that were on PEDs were just so they could heal because they were injury prone. So they really didn't bulk up.
That's what it started.
They didn't hit much further. They never became home run champs. A lot of them that got caught, like Ryan Braun, he started hitting home runs, but he was just always injury prone. And the moment he got busted twice and quit taking PEDs, he was back on the injury list. So I mean, there's a lot to it.
I think it also goes into saying something that Yella said earlier, how women, if there was only women, like we would cease to exist in 20 years. I think there's also, we got to be I'm not a feminist or anything like that. I'm just me. But like when I'm not. Like, right? But when women are out here saying they can do everything that a man can do, then you got to be careful, right? Because now we out here saying, well, we don't want them in sports, but you just said you could do everything a man could do, right? So I think it's worthwhile to honor each other's differences. They need to be respected.
Yeah. And going back to that difference, I do think we need to just accept that there are different classifications of people. When I went back to that alien thing, we need to just expand the classifications and quit trying to be so dogmatically and rigidly male versus female. Like, I really think that the trans persons could have their own classifications, groupings in sports, as opposed to trying to shoehorn people who started and transitioned from male to female. Because even when you transition affects how your body has changed. So somebody that started transitioning when they were 10, 11, 12 is going to have a totally different look and body mass than somebody who started transitioning like 2 years ago and they're 32.
That's why you don't. I was gonna say that's why you don't completely cut out the process though, because you brought up the point. I don't want to jump in, but I want to jump in there because that's the ideal situation, right? You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be fair to have a situation like at Pitt where girl just jumped in after being a dude last year, right? But a girl that transitioned at 13, 12, 13, well, see, that's something different, right? So I think that's where we need to kind of start focusing that there, which turns into a different discussion of why are you transitioning your child, this, that, and the other. That's where I say, that's honestly why I say you need to go ahead and mind your business then, because that's going to be on the case by case basis. That's where the unfortunate part of how this happens is we're not going to be able to do anything with how people handle their own kids in their own house. You know what I mean? Because I'd be damned if I ain't killing nobody. You come to my door telling me how I can raise my child. I'm probably going to flip the house over with everybody else in it. So, but it's certain rules and ways you can get around that. I don't want to completely shit on it, like the whole idea of it existing. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where it becomes problematic. That if we just insist, and it's weird because insisting that they have their own league is essentially doing the thing they don't want to happen, which is grouping them all up and basically putting them over there. Y'all do the gay thing or the trans thing over there, away from us. Leave our sport alone. When the whole idea is inclusiveness. Now, if we understand that they need to be included in society, they can be included there, but it is parameters for everybody. Even within professional sports, even within female sports, women can't participate with a certain hormone level, with a certain testosterone level in their body, even if they're not trans. Even if they're not trans, if they consider cisgender women, they test them for testosterone. You can't compete. That's why it's a lot of it that goes into PDs, and also just that gives you a different advantage. Having a bunch of testosterone flowing through your body is crazy. That's the sex drive. That's part of the sex. That goes into the sex drive that women don't understand that men have. That's that type of shit. Women probably would burst into fucking y'all would like the snap. Y'all would just burst into matter if y'all had to hold as much testosterone. And talking about she a short lady. You know what I'm saying? I know Quantum ain't that tall. I'm 6'2", 300 some pounds. If y'all had to hold my level of testosterone in y'all body, it would probably just fall apart. It would be the same way with y'all estrogen. We wouldn't know. We would lose our minds. We would go crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's certain ways to go about it, but I don't think the giving them their own thing is ever going to be the move to go, because then it's going to come off as it's going to be a spectacle, and it's not. They would need the inclusion to get the support. Hell, look at the WNBA.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We already have women's leagues for most sports because we can't not have true inclusion. As far as athletics, we can't have true inclusion.
But the door is never closed for it. That's the thing about it.
Is.
Here's why. There's two types of sports. There's sport, and then there's women's sport. Sport doesn't exclude women. There's not one rule in either four of the major male-dominated American sports leagues that say women cannot participate. It's a precedent that women have been drafted into the major leagues.
I can't remember the lady's name, but there was a black woman that got drafted to the NBA.
Black woman, yes.
Yeah.
Got drafted into the NBA. These are not unprecedented things. The thing is that women's sports was created so that the vast majority of women can have that opportunity to play sports as well.
Exactly.
So there's very much a restrictive thing on women's sports. And while women's sports needs to stay women's sports.
Right.
Now, if you want to be a trans athlete, you need to qualify to be a woman, which I mean, that just is what it is. I know people hate the language and shit, but you got to qualify to be a woman the same way you got to qualify for this track event, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Same way you got to qualify for a race, you got to qualify. Same way men have to do the same thing. That's why we was talking about Lance Armstrong. Now I give him a little slack. He out there with one nut. You know what I'm saying? Don't shit. Look, if I'm out there with one nut, y'all, to testicles. You know what I'm saying? Versus steroids. I mean,
don't be like that.
Come on. What? Man,
no, I hear what you're saying, but in certain domains, inclusion doesn't make any sense. Everybody cannot be a horse jockey. Everybody cannot do gymnastics. Like they just won't, like you said, they won't qualify. But there are things that they can do. So if it's like NFL, there may not be a rule that women can't play, but there's a lot of reasons why women should not be in the NFL. A lot of reasons.
Boy, you talking about a joke. I almost made one. Shit. Some of them qualified. Oh shit. I know it's several left guards that could be in the league right now. I'm just saying. Just look, you back with fucking play. Man, look. They like to push me. They try to push me around anyway. Shit, get them out there and let them do their thing. Shit, why not?
You got one of these silverback bitches trying to push up on you, Yella.
I'm just saying, look, I respect it. Shit, I'm okay. Line up. Let's see what you got. Shit, but that's the thing about it though. Like for her to even get to that level, she would have to be that good.
Which we know it's not going to happen, Yella. But we know that's just on the muscle and bone. It would have to be an outlier, right?
And that's of course, that's why I would agree with you. It would always have to be an outlier, and that's the whole point of not having like that's the whole point of sport not really having any gender. It doesn't really have any gender restrictions. If there was a woman that good, she would probably play. But that's the thing about it. You got to have her play with the boys. You can't just have her come out of college and go into the NBA. You can't have her transition from women's college basketball to she would need to play from high school with the boys all through high school, all through college. She would need to play years.
But so Yellow, what you're saying makes I'm okay with that. If I'm not into sports, but what I'm gonna say is that I understand your level of thinking. Like, hey, if you can qualify, then hey, right? And that would push a woman, like whatever the silverback bitch is, whatever game it is, right? The silverback bitch has to push herself up to the level of qualifying for football or whatever. So that's gonna be a feat for the silverback bitch, but for a man to qualify in a woman's thing, you don't got to do a whole lot. You can be the worst player and you're still going to beat most of the women. So for your space, you're like, hey, look, she qualified. Silverback baby is here. What's up? Let's see what's up. But for the opposite, and that's why women are upset, because it could take the worst runner amongst the men and you're still going to beat us.
See, and that's why I say I see where it's happening. A lot of it is happening at the collegiate and high school level. There's a reason why it's not happening at the major sports level for women, like in women's MLS, women's soccer, for example, which is arguably the most popular sport for women in the country, next to basketball, right? It's happening because there aren't too many regulations. It gets different, right? So I get it, because but it's at the school level, and the weird part is that none of them are actually really some of the girls win for the most part. Like the girls still win for the most part. That's why I'll be pointing. I'll be like, you switch genders and you still trash. Like how the fuck does that happen? Like how you switch genders? How you try to cheat with the gender hack and still be mid? Like you still only win every now and then. Like, come on, man. Like, let me would have transitioned at 18 to go play women's basketball. I'd have been a savage. I'd have been out there with my edges laid, getting 50 rebounds a game. God damn it.
I kicked it off with the sports thing just to show that I understand why women in general feel like their rights are being encroached upon. Right? How biological women, I use the sports as an example, and there's some derogatory terms also. I think there was one in which biological women were called breeders or something like that.
That
right?
was the term I've heard.
Chest feeders,
yeah.
It almost felt like derogatory.
Oh, it is.
And so I'm not, listen, when I say these things, I'm not telling anyone that you have to agree to any kind of lifestyle, right? For sure not, right? No one's asking for your approval, right? But people are here, right? So I feel like as long as we can have some semblance of listen, let's be a little, I don't want to say understanding, but let's have some sensibility about us here, right? Me playing basketball against any man, it's not going to work. Let's just be sensible about it, right? Overall, just come on. It's not going to work. So, and so unfortunately for me, I think instead of looking at the issues and having conversations, I think people are ready to pull out their Bibles, pull out their scriptures and stuff like that, and talk about what should be happening and around the children and all this kind of stuff, or what have you. And so that could be a conversation also. I don't like to talk about the kids because I don't have any, right? And so I don't want people to be like, you don't understand and because I don't. I don't know. I've heard on these panels people talking about how drag queens are coming to the school to read to the kids and stuff like that. I've never heard of that. My mom had foster care kids. I've had foster care kids also. I don't talk about that a whole lot, but I've been a foster mom for a few years and I just haven't heard of that. I don't know if anyone if maybe a parent could come up and talk about how that went down and how they felt about it and what the feedback was. I'd be interested in hearing, because I don't think that there is no drag queen, there is no transsexual. I don't care what that's going to read to me and turn me gay. It ain't happening. It is not happening. So I don't what is the fear? All right. I'm not saying everything should be permissible. I just want to hear you tell me that there's no one, somebody can come here and complete drag. It's not going to make me switch teams. Right. So,
I get that, but there's to the other side of that, because it's still kind of weird. It's still kind of weird because they had drag in my city at the Columbus Metropolitan Library. They were having drag. I think it got canceled because of backlash, but they were going to have a drag reading hour to the kids during the summer, and I think this was last summer, and it was a thing. They haven't had it at the schools, but they were going to have it through the library. But it's why it would be for me, because it's identity leading. It would be weird if I heard a Christian reading hour, Black reading hour. It would be really weird And it's almost exclusivity instead of inclusivity to try to lead with your identity. Oh, we're having a drag person come in to read to your kids. Why is that? If the person just happens to be a drag queen and they come in to read the kid, no, Kitty Dubois is coming to read to the children on Thursday.
I don't know who that is. Is that a person?
I made that name up. I made that name up completely.
That's a hell of a name.
But that's what I'm saying. If Kitty Dubois is coming to read to the children on Thursday, either you're on top of your kids enough to know who Kitty Dubois is and why are they reading, or you don't. But if you're coming to say, hey, this drag queen is coming to read to your children, why did you lead with that information? That means to me, there's an inference there. The inference is the reason they're coming to read to the kids is because they're in drag.
I get you.
I gotta want, you know what I'm saying? So why want like, yeah, so that's my issue with that whole lane. I don't mind gay people, drag people being around all walks of life. I would like my kids to be exposed to a lot of different things. Somebody from Islam, somebody from things, but I'd want it controlled, and I wouldn't want it to be like proselytizing. It would be exposure. I believe kids need culture and exposure to everything that's going to be in their world and their sphere. So bigger cities will need more of that than suburban. I got 2,000 people in your school. You probably don't need a drag queen coming to teach the kids. But in my city, where it's like close to 1 million people with all the suburbs around it, well, you're probably going to run into a few different groups of people. You probably need some exposure to different groups of people. But if you're leading with the identity of that group, it's going to feel like, to anybody that's watching, it's going to feel like proselytizing. It's going to feel like evangelizing for whatever that group is.
Right, I understand. Hey, look, like I said, it's a great conversation. I wish more people would like sit down and talk to each other and say, well, the reason why I don't is because why can't you show up as yourself and read to the kids? Like, why you got to put all that? So whatever it is, whatever the fears are, I just want people to talk to each other instead of like going on these tirades and disrespecting one another. Because like I said, we all can act a fool, right? But at the end of the day, is it going to lead to more understanding? Is it going to lead to like more knowledge? Is it going to lead to like us living together peacefully? Like, you know?
Yeah. So I get it. And I would even say, because, and I'm going to say that this is a deficiency when I've listened to Black conversations. I'm going to say when I've heard Black people, we try to, and I'm going to use you as an example, candidate, only because you just said it. You said people try to lead with the Bible. I'm okay, because that's the perspective and worldview that they're coming from. Like for me, like I expect you to bring the Bible into it, and I expect you to want to shape the world in your own image. That's an ethic from the Bible. They were shaped in our own image. I expect Bible thumpers to thump. The same way I expect Yella to promote cheek clapping. The same way I expect you to talk about health. I expect people to talk about from what they believe in. And we're also going to try to shape policy, because policy is just a governance of the people in our society. If we're going to have all these different groups of people, we need, like you said, a way to be able to coexist, which means we need to advocate for our worldview, because nobody else is going to do it. Drag queens are not going to come in here from the straight Black man perspective and really just pound the table for Rashawn. They're not, because they're looking out for what they're looking for. So I want the Bible thumpers to come in and thump. I want the gay people to come in and wave the rainbow flag. I want everybody to advocate for themselves. But what I don't want, we go past advocacy and we try to force everybody to conform to our worldview. Like you say, like come to the table and have the conversation. That's not what people do. They go past that from a place of like insecurity. You've got to accept what no, we don't have to accept it. We need to learn to communicate and work together, because there's room enough for all of us. But I understand why some people who have children do not want certain things in front of their children. And it doesn't even matter if it's irrational. They
have that right. I would never tell a parent that like they have to do X, Y, and Z. They have that right. You know? I just, so that's like, this is where we venture into, I'm a straight woman. And so that's when I would like someone from that community to advocate, because I remember having conversations in real life on these panels where I don't know if it's a thing nowadays because we have social media, right? Where people would say like, I remember Reckless said that in a room by himself, he could not even vocalize in a closed room with no one in the room, I'm gay. It was so difficult just to admit that out loud verbally to himself. So, and I've also heard other people saying, like, when they saw the first person on television that was gay or trans, whatever, because I'm, like I told you, I'm old, right? In the beginning of this thing, I told you I was old. So there's been a lot of words, just like Black people, there's been a lot of words. And they felt like, oh my God, there's someone else out there that's like me. I'm not alone in lonesome Seattle, or where you live at, or Sean, where you at? Where nobody be at? Ohio, somewhere, right? They feel like, oh my God, there's someone out there that's like me. I'm not weird. I'm not crazy, right? Now, I'm honoring, it's not my experience, but I'm honoring hearing people say this over and over and over and over and over again. Right. So that's where I step away from the conversation. I try to just listen. And I'm not saying that you have to accept one thing or another. I'm just saying that if we can just kind of listen and figure out, I don't know what the answer is. That might not be an answer. We might be fighting eternally for this whole thing. Right. But I just feel like maybe we could like figure out like, okay, if I have a kid, maybe I don't want my kid, for whatever reason, maybe I am a Bible thumper, as you say. Maybe I am whatever religion I believe in. Who cares? Whatever the religion is. If my faith is that I don't believe in this, then let me know so I can opt out of teaching my kid that. Or say, hey, little Susie, little Candida Ann, whomever, this is going to go on at your school. We don't agree with this behavior, but you still respect them. Okay, you still respect like we're taught in any text that you read, any biblical text that you read, any religious or any kind of doctrine, they're going to talk about respect, right? And that's not what we do here. And teach them whatever you want, but still, hey, respect. All right, but that's me. Like I said, that's where I feel like stepping away from the conversation. Nothing concrete. I'm not really sure what she means by that. What does that mean? Like nothing's concrete. If you could just explain what that means. I don't know what you mean exactly, because I started talking a lot.
I don't know. I treat it like it's Halloween.
Halloween. That kind of.
I mean, no, it's like. that's
hey, listen. I can't deny that. I can't stand you.
That's kind of disrespectful.
I mean, I look at it like this.
That's her perspective. How's that disrespectful?
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're saying now. She's saying like, just go ahead and pretend like everyone's just different. And okay, you know what? I thought that when I read it, my understanding of it, when I read it back, I kind of understand what she's saying now. Okay.
Yeah, it's just saying. When she says that everything depends, and that's true. Most things are relative. Most things are relative to the people and the circumstances and the times and all that. I just think we need to be more. I think we need to be more open to critique and challenge, because I think both sides are fair. Like what you talked about, representation. Representation does matter and is important, and I think if anybody should understand that, Black people should understand that. So for gay and trans people, I can understand representation really being important for their sense of well-being. But on the other side, I also understand how people it's hard for people to change. So if people are not used to you being represented, it's going to be hard for them to get accustomed to seeing you. Black people had the same journey. Why are they putting Black people all on television? And then in a racial couple.
Why Ariel gotta be Black? Why they gotta right? So why the new mermaid gotta be Black for?
And we've been on television for decades. So it's still a problem for people that aren't us. So I don't know that we're ever going to feel like cis-het or heterosexual people are ever going to feel completely comfortable seeing. And I'll tell you, for my personal journey, for whatever reason, and this is just me, I'm okay seeing gay men and like in romance stuff, like in romance situations, I'm okay. It's when they get to the sex when it starts to weird me out.
That's
just me.
That's natural because
that's just me.
Listen, I feel like that is completely natural because when you're looking at something, right, you're watching it, you're engaging, you're mentally engaging in it. And because you're a straight person, it's not going to be something that is going to be exciting for you. It's probably going to be repulsive, just like watching two women, but y'all do you, right? I'm not going to advocate. I don't ever want to see but two women on TV or whatever, For me, it's not for me, but I'm not going to go out there and have any picket signs talking about it's wrong for everyone to see that, right? Yeah. But for me, if I had kids, I would just educate them like, hey, that's what goes on. Like, listen, I came from a Caribbean household. What goes on in here is what we teach. This is what we believe. This is what goes on in here. Understand that it's not like that in the world. The world has a whole heap of different things. But what I teach in here, and that could be anything. Your household is your household. I respect it. When I come to your house, I'm going to do as you tell me to do. I'm going to respect your household. Right? All I'm asking is don't come outside telling me what to do. As long as what I'm doing doesn't like harm kids in terms of like, I don't even want to say touching or anything like that. As long as it's getting into that kind of crazy stuff, you know what I mean? Like, but it becomes, then it becomes sticky. Maybe it is harming kids. Maybe they're exposed to too much. They don't even know. I heard people saying they don't even know.
That's real.
So it becomes, that's where I kind of like back up and I'm like, I want to listen to what parents and trans people have to say. And I back up out of that part of the conversation. But for me, that's how I feel about most of that stuff.
And I think that's a totally valid. That's why I have a hard time with the people who are like really fundamentalists, like really hardliners about like, I don't even want to see it on television for my kids. I don't want it at my school. Kids are influential. Like the whole purpose of childhood is kind of to be a sponge. Children are sponges. Well, then you want to be careful about what they're absorbing, because if adults are struggling, with their romance and sexuality to the point that it's causing harm and their self-harm and destructive behaviors, if not even gay, not even trans, if regular straight adults are struggling to the point that we're having something that we call the gender war. So we can't even figure out relationships amongst ourselves, and we're calling it a gender war online, which is where most people are spending a lot. Social media is a big thing. If that's a thing for adults who are, we keep saying like 35 yellow all the time, we're too old for this. We 35, 40, we stuck in our ways. If we're struggling, how much harder would it be to sort out if you were 8, 10, 12, 14 in the middle of your hormonal flux when it first kicks in?
I can understand that. I respect it.
Yeah. So I
100% agree. I don't have any answer. I don't have an answer. But I'm going to say, like, I agree with you. Even like, and I'm going to switch it to health, right? McDonald's captures your kid immediately from the time they're a kid. Mommy, I want McDonald's, right? Because there's the influence there. And that leads to a lifelong, I'm not trying to make a correlation between gay people. I'm just talking about influence. Okay. I'm just talking about influence. Right. What was this one? I'm going to turn. Oh, I'm just going so fast, y'all. I can't keep up.
No, I was expecting you to keep talking. I was just bringing up the comments.
Sorry. Yeah, I was talking about influence. So listen, I respect it. Let the parents speak up, because I don't have kids and I don't have the experience of raising kids. So I respect. In that case, I'm also going to listen to the parents. Like Yella is a parent. I'm going to fall the fuck back and listen to what he says, because it's not my experience. So I'm going to fall the fuck back and like, hey, okay, I get you. I hear you. Okay, let's see how we can figure this out. I feel like the parents need to be heard also. If that's not what they want, let's listen to them. I have, like, for me, it's both ways. Like, we got to listen in. Like, I'm not going to tell some parent that you have to do this, you have to do that. If that's not what the fuck you want, that's not how you want to raise your kids.
Yeah.
You have the right to do that. You absolutely do.
Yeah.
So
hold on.
I use this example in as the kind of way that I would approach it. For like the first 3 years of my son's life, he believed he was Jason Voorhees. Right. Like he would like walk around the house. I mean, like he had his Jason down good. Wasn't no running. He didn't run like Jason do in the movie. None of that. You know what I'm saying? Very stalkerish. I mean, he came up, got me a couple times, just quiet. Just I was like, damn, you a little savage, huh? But one day I had to sit down and talk to him, because I had to ask him why, and he was like, because I was like, why are you like this character like that? And he was like, because you play the game like that all the time. He didn't even know him from the movie. He just knew him from the game I played. And that was the influence that I had on him. And I had to let him know, like, okay, well, you know, it's a video game and those is movies. And none of that's real, right? You know what I'm saying? You know that's, you know, none of it's real. He was like, yeah. I was like, so my objective with him is to not avoid him seeing anything. Just always have a conversation of what the situation is. Now, I'm not going to tell him to look at them people and be like, "No, they not real." But I have the conversation with him on the truth level. I can tell him that wrestling ain't real. I can tell him that, hey, people live different lives. You know what I'm saying? I don't have that. Well, this is my house and we live a certain way, because I'm not going to be on that. That's it's funny, because those are the ones who seem to be the ones who make those type of choices. The ones who we try to, this is my house and I'm gonna make this, then be the main ones go out here and go experiment and do all that shit, and then come back and it walk down. So it is what it is. You let you are a parent, but then you have to understand that your child is subject to the world around you. Your parenting, while it seems so heavy, is nothing compared to the influence of the influence of society around it. You know what I'm saying? So you could do as much as you want. I ain't saying don't do it, because you say stuff and like you said, people tend to be like, well, you got to do something. I'm not saying don't do nothing. I'm not saying not be a parent, but to ever think that you're going to be able to dictate that little person's every move in their life, you are fucking delusional. Because eventually they're going to grow up to become a person. They're going to grow up to become a human. And you can do all of what you can control until they're out there and you don't have no control of what they're doing. And you don't have no hands in what they're doing. When they're out there by themselves, man, look, I remember the first time I was out by myself, just out by myself. Man, look, in the world by myself, y'all, I damn near ain't come home.
Man,
tell me nothing. Damn, they ain't come home.
I bet you didn't, man. You can either exhaust yourself or just know what's what and talk to your little people and guide them. Yeah, I'm with you. But I do believe in you have to prepare, like she's saying, in the world but not of it. You have to know. Here's where I differ. This is where I depart from like certain parents. Like, you can't deprive your children of knowledge. Like, if your children are going to be subject to being in the world, if they're going like to public school, like if your kids are going to be in public without you, if they're going to be doing sleepovers over friends' houses, if your parents are going to be outside of your domain, they need to be prepared for what that looks like. They need the knowledge and as much understanding as you could possibly impart. So that's what you were saying, Yella. So I'm with you. That you don't necessarily have to be exposed. You don't have to absorb a whole lot of foreign doctrine or a different religion to have a knowledge of it. Because even the Bible, people that are Bible, the thumpers, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. You need to be as wise as the most cunning people out there. Whoever you think as your enemy, you need to know what your enemies are doing or people who are in opposition to you. So knowledge is important for your children, because if they're going to be in the world and you believe there are enemies out there, they need to be able to identify what those enemies are. They need to know threat identification, stranger danger, all that good stuff. So knowledge is important, but you don't have to indoctrinate them in those things that you feel are oppositional. You just have to have them aware of it. And like you said, there is a point where you have to see control, because when they're outside, if they're going to be in the world, they're going to be in public schools, if they're going to be in social media, where your influence stops being, if they're going to be unattended, if you're working 2 jobs and you're a single parent and your kids alone for 8 hours a day before they go to bed and go to school, you don't have a hand in what's shaping them anymore. So it's really important that people kind of understand that, man, you have to prepare them as much as you can. But if you don't have the resources to keep them under your domain, you got to be prepared to let go. But you got to prepare as much as possible. I remember finding out wrestling wasn't real. That was like telling us, yeah, Santa Claus and wrestling, those were like, I don't want to call it trauma. I know we use but those were dramatic turning points.
I have a question for you guys. Santa, a lot of this conversation really has to do with men transitioning into women. That's where a lot of the issue is. I want to know, why isn't there such an uproar with women transitioning into men?
Because y'all learn immediately to be quiet when y'all become men, because y'all realize don't nobody care what y'all got to say. Y'all robots. Y'all got to shut up. I could pull up the video right now. Some women that transition to men, and they're on there crying. I didn't know how lonely it would be to be a man. I lost all of the camaraderie and people checking on me and the sense of community. Nobody asks me how I am anymore that I'm a man. Like, they learn.
So is that true? Does nobody ask? You don't get a text just checking on you? You don't get a text once in a while from a friend that's saying, hey, you all right? You still living?
Nobody
probably
in my real life checks on me unless it's a
probably
precursor
another dude
to asking for help.
Yeah. Well, it's probably one of the homies.
One of the
homies.
Slow down. Yella, you have no person in your whole motherfucking life that if they don't hear from you, that's like, yo, you okay? Just checking on you. That don't want nothing. They just want to know that you're alive.
I get it, like, man. That's why I say if it's one of the homies, but it's one of the big homies, like motherfuckers who knew me when I was a kid type shit. I don't have nobody like across from me in my age that ain't family related or know me like since I was a little, like my friends, like people that I would consider friends. My friend will call me.
You don't have no one, Rashawn, that would just say like, "Are you alive? You guys okay? Like, how good morning? You all right? Just checking on you." Like literally,
Even
what? That is terrible.
Listen, Candidate, even the women that I dealt with, if they were checking on me,
all the messages I've gotten over the weeks, don't want nothing from you. Are you alive? Just checking on you. How's your mom? Are you okay?
I probably get more. I've probably gotten more of that from this. Yeah. Like, if you're looking at it like this, like I check up on this dude and then.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I check up on Bree. Right.
Discord, like in the Discord, all of the check-ins have been from Discord or YouTube. Like if I don't stream in a while, somebody from YouTube will comment on something like, or in Discord, y'all will check on me. But in my real life, my nephew.
Why are you talking about that? And Bree is checking in right now, telling us that she's okay.
Yeah, because that's like a social safety net that I think women have adapted, that men have accepted that we just don't have access to, because it's a sign of weakness for us. That's weakness. Why do I need to be checked up on? Yeah. Why do I need to be to expect anybody to check up on you? Because I know a lot of women who complain, I could be over here dead. Nobody would know for 3 or 4. I've heard that so many times from so many different places. No man has ever said that in my life. I've heard multiple women say.
Do you guys feel in your life? Do you feel like nobody cares about you, or do you feel like whatever, it is what it is?
I know they care, but for me, it's socialization. I know everybody socialized out of checking on men. Because one, we don't know how to receive that well. Because again, it makes us feel weak. It makes us feel weak. Why you asking me how I'm okay? I'm all right.
So if a woman checks in on you, think she wants something or she's interested? Because
that's the other thing. Again, I have never in my life had women check on me, typically without wanting something. Because if they no longer want anything, they also don't check on you anymore. So if they're not family,
oh my God, that is terrible.
Yeah.
I can count on about 2.
Terrible.
I can count maybe 2. It definitely ain't no exes. Ain't no exes calling back or like, because that's really the only women that I would identify. Like, but like women like you met at work or some shit, like how y'all meet work friends and be friends. That shit don't translate with men and women.
No,
calling me. I had hella women that I worked with that we was cool as fuck at the time. You know what I'm saying? I know damn well I wouldn't dare expect them to call me on my phone. I got hella dudes we was cool with when I was working. Them motherfuckers don't call me.
I'm broken hearted. I'm so sad. I'm telling you, honest to God, I'm not. I know I'm laughing, I'm giggling, but I'm telling you, I'm dead ass. Like that is terrible. That's terrible. I don't know. I guess you guys are used to it, but like I check in with people and I'm not saying I expect every single person that knows me to check in on me, but from time to time, and I'm talking about, I don't want nothing from you, like nothing at all. I just want to know that you are alive and okay. That's it. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Just a wholesome, that shit is crazy to me. Like I'm not trying to fuck. I ain't DTF.
Yeah.
I just want to know that you are right.
Yeah,
that's it. It's crazy to me that you're telling me that no, like that's terrible. I'm speechless. That's terrible.
I'm gonna tell you, the people again, non-family, and the friends, male or female, is typically the check on is with like when it's time to invite you to a function or something. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I got something going on this weekend. You want to come through? Blah blah blah. It's never just a fully detached, just a check on you to see how you're doing. I don't get those. And I would say the other thing is the women who, like, it was obvious we were never going to be anything like high level with. It was typically whatever they had a need in. That's when they remember, like, oh, I wonder how he's doing because now I need this. Like, I promise you, it was always attached to the need, because that's when you wonder. I'm gonna tell you, Kenzie, I'm not even saying it's terrible. I'm gonna tell you it's natural, because I promise you, if you had the most reliable car, and like you had hoopty, yeah, there you go. So you had a hoopty, but now you got this reliable. You go to you might need to take it in every 9 months for oil, maybe 16, 18 months for a tune-up. Not very often. But for some reason you was lax. Maybe you skipped a couple tune-ups and oil changes. It's been 3 years. You're gonna be like, dang, I wonder if that mechanic's still over there. Even if you don't get your toy, you're not really going to think of them until you're thinking of that service. Because some people are just, they're service related to your life. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that.
Terrible. That's terrible. That's
it's true.
I can go in this phone. I have my girl Florence. Just checking in on you. How's your mom? My friend Nadine. Jesus Christ.
Where's the man? Where's the man you check on?
Oh, Stephen Pay, the guy, the Asian guy. Oh, the guy that I check in on. Well, I'm not going to tell you, but there's people I contact. I'll be honest with you. I check in on Candy. When his mom died, I know the anniversary of when his mom passed away. I text him, like, because his mom died one day before my birthday, so I know that date. It's in my mind. And we had this whole conversation about like his mom passing and stuff like that. So it's etched in my mind. So like I sent him a message, like in a Bible scripture on that day, like, hey, are you okay? Just giving you this Bible scripture. I'm not his wife. It's just, that's the brother.
That's what's up. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Like,
I'll blame myself.
There's people that
I'll blame myself.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I'll blame myself. I don't want to put it on other people, because I know I'm also hard to get close to. Because of my experiences, I have trust issues. So I know I repel people. I keep people at an arm's length, and I try to only be around when it's service related. So I paint myself in the corner that I find myself in. So I know I generalized it, but I do know there's a thing where a lot of men just do not get that. But I also know some other ones, probably like me, also probably avoid contact because we're so used to being utilized. We probably avoid those contacts because as soon as you're around somebody like my sisters and my aunts, if you're around, I've been needing a man to do it. I've been needing it. Can you do that? So you start to avoid contact because somebody's always in need around you. So we play a part in that as well. And I just want to say hello, Greg Bryant.
What's up, Greg Bryant? That's a part of the reason why I feel like, don't you want to be wanted as opposed to needed? I know we had that whole conversation and stuff like that, but like, you want to be needed?
I'd much rather be needed, and here's why. Because I'm right where Rashawn is. I always hung out with older people, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I was never really stable enough growing up to really be around my friends that was my age, right? So I was always kind of around like my brother's people his age. They like 9 years older than me. So I never really felt needed around them. I kind of felt like they always just wanted me around for y'all see how I am. Voices, entertainment. I'm always coming up with something witty. I've been funny and handsome and charismatic for a long time, y'all, since I was young. So like that helps with being around. What? I mean, that helps with like being around people, right?
It was a handsome that was like, okay.
I mean, what the fuck? I'm supposed to lie about everything. I'm supposed to ignore every part of it. I mean, shit, that's part of. I mean, shit, that's part of it. But you know what I mean? I was saying like, when I got to about like 22, 23, 24. I decided that I was gonna kind of like be off doing my own thing. I'm gonna go out here and find me a lady, start a family and shit, which I tried to do. But when I started doing that, I realized and noticed that they was around less. I served less utility because I wasn't always available to come hang out, kick it with them, do the voices. Y'all do that? No. I told them niggas one night, I realized I was a transition. I was like, y'all be funny. I'm tired of this shit.
What?
Real shit. And it was like I had to go find my life, but I noticed that when I did that, it was less of them around. When I had my son and started trying to build my family and do all that shit, new houses, nobody showed up. Yo, I had one year.
No one showed up to your house when you no. Oh,
I had 1 year. Check this out. I had 1 year where what was it? I was 26. Whenever I first shaved my hair, it was like 26, 27. I had a birthday. Nobody showed up. I invited hella people. Like, man, y'all come through, make tacos and shit, chill out. Nobody showed up.
Oh, you gonna make me cry.
Everybody had something better to do. And I'm the type of person that go to everybody that went to everybody birthday parties, all types of shit.
Oh man.
I was that type of
pull-up player.
Nobody showed up.
Man.
That oh my
It didn't surprise me. It really didn't surprise me. It really didn't surprise me. It really didn't surprise me at all.
Mm-hmm.
I sat there, ate my tacos. I sat there, ate my
girls. Like I was just you invited both men and women.
It was everybody. Yeah, it wasn't just like it was everybody I know. Mm-hmm. For all the people that I hung out with, no man, come through. All right, man. I got my own place and shit. Nobody's here, so I'm living by myself.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's fucking terrible. That's like, oh my god, I'm brokenhearted over that. That's terrible.
Yeah.
And you're okay, like, and you've just accepted that this is just the way it is because you're a man?
No, I accepted that because that's who I am. That's the life that I live in. It's never really, I get it as a byproduct of being a man, but I also understand that that's my existence alone. Because that's just where I'm at in the world. You know what I'm saying? But from there, I kind of took that as like the circle got super small. The circle just became me and like 3 other people. And then from there, it just kind of just became me and my ex. But it was trending towards that. They had lives. Like I said, I was the last one to have kids and all that. Really, out of them, they were my age now, damn near, like a little younger than me. I had no time for that. I needed to. That was the only way my existence was gonna go. I don't have an attachment to the friends that I grew up with, like the kids that was in my school. I don't have an attachment to them other than Facebook, right? You know what I'm saying? That's my adult attachment to them right now. None of them, like none of them. Maybe like one dude, one of the guys I still keep in contact. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I don't have no connections to nobody like that. And I'm cool with that. You want to know why? Because I realized that my connection to them, this is also why I don't do relationships. Like actually my connection to them is stronger than their connection to me. That's why we was listening to What a Fool Believes. What is it? Earlier? Was it yesterday? It was like it's basically a song about motherfuckers, like a chick and this dude meeting up from the past. And it was the line go, she had a place, always had a place in his life. He never made her think twice though. Like, so as important as she was in his life, he wasn't a factor in hers. Right? So I realized that I couldn't do that shit to myself no more.
But that you're proving my point that it's not. When you said I can't do it to myself anymore, you're basically affirming that you don't want to be just.
I can't expect it. Right. Because as much as we want to deny it, we put expectations on people.
You're already expecting people to act like shit.
yeah, humanity has a way of showing its consistency through bad behavior.
Damn, that's
better than good behavior.
Up. I'm sorry, you look, man. I wish I was
You
there. I would have came to your party.
You don't have to do that.
Terrible, because listen, in my life, that's why I say sometimes I feel like an outsider, because I don't want I love to joke around on the internet. Like I love, like I'm from a Caribbean background. We're very flirtatious. We like, if you ever been to, who cares, whatever, but like that's just the space I grow up in. But I don't want nobody. But I'm gonna check in on you. And for one, now I'm kind of understanding a little bit about when you make a little joke or you're slightly friendly, how some of these men think there's something that's coming along with it because you guys are not used to someone just having a wholesome fucking friendship with you. Right. Yeah, so now, because when you said that, like shit went off.
Thankfully, I don't suffer from that. Yeah, thankfully, I've dealt with another.
I'm understanding, because you're thinking somebody wants something from you. That I'm simply not just saying like, "Are you okay?" Because like I can literally pull out my phone, like the Asian guy that I told you that left me. We made the juice. I took the whole story or whatever. I don't have to talk to him all year long. I'm gonna text him on his birthday is 2 days before mine. I'm going to text them, happy birthday, Stephen. 2 days later, happy birthday, Andrea. We might not speak all year long. I'm going to text him again on July 16th.
Yeah.
When my husband was a little ill or whatever, and we didn't want to go anywhere, he was like, you guys not going anywhere? Oh, no. Come here. Thanksgiving at my house. I don't know. I'm not Asian. I'm not from Malaysia. Oh, no. We eat. Come. That's where I spent Thanksgiving.
That's what's up.
I'm telling you. So when I say like I don't relate, like, oh, man, that's whoo. You guys blew my mind with that shit. Like, damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
that's fucked up.
I would say that's just is what it is, and it's not even. It's not. Because it's like I don't think nobody out to get nothing from me. I know that I'm not going to receive what I give in return. That's the part. I'm never willing. It's never a situation where I'm not willing to give that to anybody. It's the fact that I know I'm not going to get
no reciprocity.
Right. I know I'm not going to get it back. And that started from there.
Fucked up. So
that started from there. Yeah. Because that's what I'm saying. Because like I said, humanity has a way of showing its track record through consistently bad behavior and lack of reciprocity for whatever we want to hold on to. It is a bad behavior, especially when you taking from people, you know what I'm saying, or when you expect from people. That's why I say I don't expect nothing from nobody. I don't expect nothing from nobody but I expect that type of behavior, especially now. Especially now. This shit you talking about that birthday? What, this birthday outside of social media and people I know through social media? 2 people, 3 maybe. I don't even check my Facebook because that don't even fucking count. You bitches know when my birthday is. You know what I'm saying? You only know because Facebook told you. But people actually call my phone. 3.
Yep.
Like I don't have my birthday on social media either, but like people in my real life, like my phone goes off from 12:01. People are calling me. My phone goes off. You know, and my birthday is not on my Facebook at all, but I'm still gonna get certain messages, you know. But this is going back to like, man, like I'm gonna have to sit on this because this makes me like just think about the way you men are existing out here. I don't know if it's a man thing or a black man thing or whatever, but this is going back to maybe why people are so starved for attention. We're talking about Carly or whatever that woman's name is, how people are just out here really starving for any kind of attention. Like just to make up shit so they can get some attention.
Yeah,
I don't think she lacks attention. They're starving for attention, and then there's wanting more attention. Crying out for help because you haven't had a hug in a minute, and staging a kidnapping while she's not anybody who's isolated in society. No, I'm just saying though, but that's the type of, that's where it get kind of convoluted. We want to mix up that shit with somebody actually, you know what I'm saying? Let's not conflate the two. She's a sorority woman who's in college. She got plenty of support system. She got plenty of people around her. You know what I'm saying? She get plenty of attention. She ain't ugly. She get plenty of people giving her attention. It's when you want to act out because you're not getting enough attention or the right attention that you want to get. Now, if you just out here and you ain't nobody checking on you, that's something. I can appreciate a girl talking about she ain't had a hug in years. That shit's real. But when you sitting up here because you want to throw a temper tantrum because you're not getting loved how you want or you're not getting the type of attention you want, then nah. Because it's just like the same way that her lying takes away from us believing motherfuckers who getting kidnapped. We want to heap every excuse on her that's gonna take away from everybody who did it. We want to put mental health on her. That's gonna fucking that shit's on anybody. No, that's a person who was starved for attention. That's a person who acted out in selfishness, who really just wanted to make it about her, whether she wanted attention or to go get some dick that weekend. Regardless of what, it was on her, and she made it about her.
I stand corrected. I agree.
And see, I'm gonna disagree with you. Not for the obvious. Obviously, like you said, she moved selfishly. I'm gonna say the behavior, the way she responded to her loneliness, that's obviously wrong. But I think her experience of loneliness or craving attention, I don't find any fault there because I've been surrounded by people plenty of times and still felt just as lonely because not everybody
reaching, bro.
They might be. They might be. And I don't
bro.
but hold up, man. But hold up, man. Let me finish my point, man. You can come back. I'm gonna tell you, I have experience because some people, as a dude, I know you know this. You just talked about it. If you don't have the utility, people don't give you the quality of their time. And you can, I know women experience the exact same phenomena. She kind of had parents that had expectations. And as long as you're living up to your parents' expectations, they with you. But the moment you're doing something they don't approve of, they'll turn on you. The same thing with a dude. She's had a relationship with a dude. If you're not doing what they want, they can turn on you. Your friends, you're in a sorority, but if you're not doing what the sorority wants or approves of, they can turn on you. At that age, there's a lot of social pressure to conform to what other people want. And nobody's really checking for you because of who you are, because you don't even know who you are yet. You haven't even established who you are yet. So as a human, I can empathize with her to the point of feeling lonely in spite of how many because most people choose and search and seek out all those different social dynamics because they're lonely. They get involved in all these things because they're trying to either mask or to solve that loneliness and that void that's within them. So again, I want to leave room for her to be a human. Just the way she handled that humanity, the way she tried to solve for X, that's what I'm gonna say. But go ahead. What was your pushback?
Yeah, I'm cool with that because I see too many times that people got the shit set up for them and they try to find that adversity to try to make find that adversity to relate. It's weird watching people manufacture adversity, whether it's people with money who claim to be broke. You know what I'm saying? Or just trying to throw in some curveball. Like, you got to make yourself uncomfortable to be comfortable. It's the stupidest thing in the world. No, just do the thing you want to do. It doesn't require you to be uncomfortable. We always want to relate. We don't want to seem too ghetto, but we don't want to seem too privileged. I'm not even to sit up here and that's why I don't give the grace and don't give the leeway, because those is knowing and understanding is like there's an out of being human, but then we see that she's not dealing with that. Plus she's 26. You know what I'm saying? She's not dealing with the parents that's putting pressure on her because they was right there to lie with her and be right in the motherfucking shit with her. They ain't came out and said, nah, we don't rock with her. They standing in there with her. Everybody is. So there's not really this thing of just complete shame and shade that's there no more. You looking for attention. That's why most people doing what the fuck they doing now. It's for attention. If not, then nobody would see what you. It was people who were way successful before success was able to be seen. It was people who were full on themselves before this shit was able to be seen. A lot of the things we do now is for attention, and crying out for attention in the wrong way. We look at children and we treat them, we tell them stop throwing temper tantrums, but we want to look at adults and treat them as like just humans. Nah. That's also why I shut the fuck up. Because nobody gonna give a fuck about my temper tantrum. And this ain't man or woman. Just nobody's gonna give a fuck about your temper tantrum. Even if it's people that do, it's gonna be people who don't. So it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'll be like, I don't know. This you was talking about you, Renty. I didn't get into my rant.
Do you think?
This is my rant time. Shit. Nah, man, because it don't really seem like we going to a goal. We just all living our own life, and I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like be of the world, this, that, and the other. There's no right way to do none of that. I can't teach my child the right way to do shit because this the world he got to go live in. You know what I'm saying? And what's right to him ain't gonna be right to me.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of cases. So he might experience the same thing. He might not. I don't. I see. That's why I say I see privilege in certain people, because I've been in a position where you don't have that privilege. You know what I'm saying? We can't say, oh, your purpose don't have to. Man, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. That's why I'm just like, y'all take it. I'm good.
Yellow on one today. Okay.
Yeah, you feeling it? Yeah. Unburden yourself.
Because y'all don't want to do it. That's like, I'm gonna be real. I'll be tired of y'all being like, I ain't gonna say that. Say that shit. The fuck ain't nobody gonna whoop your ass. The fuck? We stuck in a box. I'm at home. I'm in my house.
I won't get fired. That's why I don't say a lot of things, because that's why I don't say a lot of stuff. But I still try to work around it.
Say that shit.
Yeah, so now you say it. Your turn.
I mean, I always say it. That'd be my problem. I'm tired of saying it. I'm tired of saying it. Like, I'm tired of saying it. That's why I disconnected from this shit. I'm tired of saying the shit. I was like, you feel heard. Yeah, I feel heard by people who want to hear me. But I know half the shit on here, half the shit I say on here go in one ear and out the other. It might leave residue of something in people's brain. And for the most part, in one ear and out the other. Because they going out to another stream to hear some other shit for the next 4 hours. So
damn.
That's why I be like, y'all really don't want to know what y'all think, man. Y'all really don't want to know what y'all think, man.
I'm actually a shock, to be honest with you. I'm just like,
that made me think when he said that one time. I started paying attention. I had noticed it before with certain people. But I'm like, there's no way that anybody's absorbing all of the dialogue that we're having. And I said it a long time. I don't want to be noise. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be noise in the background of other people's lives. Now, I can't escape that. You can't escape how people are going to use you. How people are going to use you, you can't control that. You know, me and you talk about that too. But it's like, man, I'm for solutions at the end of the day. Man, we all think that.
No, she right though. In your world, in your life. This though, this is what we're talking about. Everybody should be solution oriented in their life, because there's things that got to be done. But unless you helping on a mass level, I don't know what that means. I don't know what solutionatory means or solutionary means.
That means here either. In this space,
is terrible. This
that's where I got.
Whew, but
that's what I'm saying. We just say a lot of shit. We just say a lot of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
we just say a lot of shit.
Lord.
So I am solutionary because my only solution is my only solution to the problem is entertain y'all, because I know the problem's still gonna exist. So let me come up here and make y'all laugh and be funny and be real. That's my only solution.
Yeah.
So for me, my solution has always been to listen. That's the reason why I try to talk about like having conversations and having them respectfully. Because if I didn't feel comfortable, I'm letting you know right now, if I felt like I wasn't going to be heard, if I didn't feel comfortable, I wouldn't come up here, because I got my own channel, right? We all do, right? I wouldn't come up here to talk with you guys. So when I feel like I can listen and be heard, and when I feel like I can also like exchange ideas, right? But and you guys are not the only ones. There's other people that I've met. I'm not gonna name names or whatever, right? But that I do things for, and I don't expect anything in return. Like, you know, I will say one thing for an example, just as an example. It's crazy to me, but anyways, even Uncle Stu, right? Yeah, Uncle Stu, right? I did a little voiceover work for him. If you listen to his channel, you'll hear him. You'll hear my voice, right? And he was more than willing to pay me. He was like, and I was like, nah, I don't want anything. Just do whatever you got to with it. Because he was like, oh, let me. He was more like, send me a bill, right? And I'm like, and I could go on and on and on about men or women that. So, damn, like it's fucked up that your existence is such that you feel like somebody wants something from you all the time. So I don't know. That really just blows my mind. It's making me think even about my brother, you know, because he's alone out there by himself. And I check in on him, but I wonder how he feels because I'm his sister. So probably he expects me to check in on him. I wonder, is there anybody else in the circle that just like, hey, how you doing? Are you okay? Just, I don't want nothing from you. I don't need nothing from you. Just, are you okay? You know, because as a woman, like I have messages. Like if people don't hear from me, and I also, are you alive? Okay, I don't need nothing. I don't want to buy. I'm on the road. I just want to know if you're alive. I just want to know that you're good. It sucks.
Man.
Wow.
See, Dag. See, I don't know because I mean I know the way you're taking it, but it's like I don't want anybody to just check up on me either. That's the whole thing. Like it might be my socialization.
Something, but if it comes involved with nothing, have you ever had it where it's just like, I just want to know that you're okay. All right, goodbye. I don't need to know nothing else. Bye.
But see, here's the thing. Like, and I think this goes back to what Yella said to kind of like mess with your head a little bit because he was like, no, I still even knowing what we know, we still want to be needed. It's like utility is all we know because there's no utility in the random check-in. It doesn't make me feel better to be, hey, because like that, just straight up. If you just reach out to me once a month, once a year, be like, hey, you okay? I'm just gonna say perfunctorily, yeah, I'm cool, I'm fine, everything's cool. I'm never just gonna open up if you're just randomly asking me that. So I would. Why would I? You're just random. I don't even talk to you.
Yes, when someone, I'm gonna say my mom is sick. This is going on, child. I don't feel good, child. Yes. I'm gonna tell you what the fuck you asked.
Are you gonna help though?
Huh?
Are you gonna do something about it? Are you gonna help?
If I can, if it depends.
Okay, like, most people
capacity to. If you're super far away, if all the help I can be is like, let me talk to each other. If I don't got it money wise, or if I can't come out, but yeah, I'm gonna try to help as much.
But I can't even accept help. I can't accept help. I can't ask for help. And again, what I'm telling you is I'm willing to bite the bullet on socialization of a man. I'm weak if I'm asking for help. I'm weak if I'm accepting help. So you checking on me means it has no value to me. So I can't when you say, hey man, Rashad, because we make fun of people who come in looking for something. If somebody came to the channel in the chat right now and was like, hey, listen, can you cash at me $5? We'd be like, don't come here with that. That's the way we're wired to people who are actually throwing themselves out there asking for help. You look like a beggar. It looks weak. It's not okay. It's not socially acceptable. I just saw somebody doing that the other day and they got looked at. There's a problem to throwing your problems on other people.
But like, if I ask you, if I come to you and I say, are you okay? I open up the door. So that let you know that I want to be bothered with you. I want to know that you're okay.
Can't. We have an entire society where every day, as soon as you greet people, we ask, how are you doing today? But 99% of the people who ask that question, how are you doing today, do not care. And they don't even want you to say anything other than, I'm fine.
Okay, at work, how are you? I get it. At work, I totally get it. The answer is fine. I understand that work, because if you ask me at my job how I'm doing, I don't care what's going on in my life. I could have just came back from vacation. I could be into that. Fine. Where'd you go? Nowhere. I will tell people I could come back from Barbados, swimming with the damn sea turtles, and you ask me where did I go for vacation, I'm going to tell you I stayed home. I didn't do nothing. Fine. Right? But that's because work. In my real life, no. Work is a special situation. But in my real life, no.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you, Candidate, I'm just trying from experience. I know so many people who have I asked them how they were doing, and they just ran my ear off. Well, why would you ask them how they were doing if you didn't want them to tell you? I've listened. I've lived the complaints of people who offered the "How are you?" and got a long-winded response that they really didn't want. I know people really don't say that to their friends. I've heard people complain after getting off the phone with their friends. Oh, they just wouldn't shut up. That's your friend. I've heard them talk about that with their church congregation members. I've heard them talk about with their siblings, sometimes even with their spouses. They'll complain about with their spouse. I don't want to hear that. Just get it done. I've experienced so many people. So here's my thing. I can never for sure know the validity of our connection and relationship to know whether you're performing the role that you're expected or if it's a genuine, authentic connection.
This too much.
I let it go.
Y'all, I need a glass of wine or a shot or something. This is too much. This is terrible.
That's why it's easier for me to not have relationships.
It's too much. This is terrible.
Yeah, that's why it's so much easier for me to just not have connections, because how do you navigate all that?
So you're assuming that someone is just they're going through the notions, but they don't really have any authentic care about your well-being. They don't really want to know that you're actually a burden to answer the question that they fucking ask.
Yeah.
It's a burden.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it like this. I look at it like this. If you calling me to just see how I was doing, you was bored. If I'm sick and you calling to see if I'm living or some shit like that, you heard I was sick, that's cool. But hey man, I'm just calling to see what's up with you. You all right? You was bored. It wasn't no alert that I was sick.
I know that's what you're thinking, but
I can tell you that
you
didn't have nothing better to do. You didn't have nothing better to do.
And I'm like, man, X, Y, and Z. I was just thinking about the situation. You passed by my mind, or I saw a girl that looked just like you. I've had friends. Oh man, Ann, I saw this girl that could be a doppelganger. How are you doing? I'm okay, girl. All right. You ran across my mind. You just ran across my mind. That's all.
Yeah, you call me.
I'm gonna tell you. I've only had. I've probably in my life two women I felt to that level of comfort with. Like non-family, two women. One, of course, I lived with for many years. The other one, I don't know, but I could call her if I wanted to, but she couldn't offer anything back. Like the utility was never reciprocated. So I actually couldn't get advice, or I couldn't really get a listening ear. She was always busy. So it went to like Yella's reciprocity thing. But there was only one person in my entire life who I could, to this day, again, it's an ex, but it's still to this day, if I wanted to call and just talk or check on somebody, or I thought of you, there's one person I feel that level of comfort with. This just that one. Yeah.
I'm curious to know if this is what all men feel. I'm just like, this is terrible. Ugh.
I mean, probably some women feel like that too. I ain't gonna say it's just all men. Probably some women feel like that.
Yeah. It's tough.
Hold on real quick. Just like you said earlier, Quantum, with her sentence at. I said me. I was talking about me. If people check up on me, it's because they bored.
Greg is crazy. If a dude just texts me for no reason, I'm assuming he's trying to sleep.
No. That's terrible.
Greg is nuts. I love it. Now, if you're assuming that person is bored and you have that attitude on the other end, the motherfuckers will stop checking on you.
Oh. But even if I am bored, let's pretend
Hey, hold on, Candy. Hold on, Candy. No, hold on, Candy. Hold on,
Lord,
Candy.
Great.
Hold on. Because you also got motherfuckers who will contact you to get their own motherfucking souls clear. Remember we was talking about the apology and shit?
True.
How motherfucker call you to try to clear their own soul?
Call you to feel like they checked on you.
So make sure that you understand why you call them in the first place. So you can clear your conscience. Because if your goal is to clear your conscience, you got that too. So I'm conscious of everybody who called me to check up on me. Because it ain't you.
Put your number in the back chat. I'm gonna call you.
That's because y'all.
I'm gonna check on you every Friday.
That's because y'all
see me. Put your number in the back chat, motherfucker. Put your number in the back chat.
Now, if y'all didn't see me in 10 days, in 10 years, I bet y'all wouldn't check up on me the same way y'all would if y'all ain't see me in 10 days.
That's true.
Exactly.
I don't have no. I'm gonna admit, if you no longer serve utility in my life, even if that utility is like friend, like we can talk. If we don't talk, like I'm not going to reach out to talk. Like if we don't even have that connection, why would I reach out to check on you to talk if we don't talk? For me, again, I know it's probably the socialization of the male. I know I'm not going to just reach out and randomly check out on people. I was just telling somebody this last week because they checked on me. Okay, again, Discord. Somebody reached out and checked on me in Discord, and I'm like, crap. I'm gonna have to do better because if somebody's reaching out to me, I want to be able to reciprocate. So I have to now. This is somebody that will check on me. This is how I'm doing. That's somebody who's just looking out because again, they've never asked me for anything. Never asked me for anything. But again, from my real life, hasn't happened. But from the virtual space, it's much more likely that somebody will just reach out. They'll just share with me. Oh, I thought you might like this. I've had that more since I got on YouTube than for my real life.
As long as it's not money involved, I don't mind checking up on people. And even if I am bored, just to get back to that, even if I am bored, I don't see that as a problem of like, right now I have spare time. I don't have anything going on. Let me utilize this time to check up into my people as opposed to being selfish and doing my own thing. Cause I could easily do my own thing. Like I could do my own thing. So if I do have some time and I'm bored so what? Let me check in and make sure other people are doing okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with necessarily the board thing, like Yella said, but I do see where it's coming from. I would say my older sister for sure. She would call when she was bored
because it still went back to her. Because she needs someone to entertain her. So she's just calling you to utilize your entertainment.
I ain't doing nothing. Let me now that your mind is clear of all the things that were super important to you or had some type of measurement to you. Now that's where I fall.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, and here's the thing, I'm not saying that I have to be number one priority to you, but don't get around to me when you can either. Keep that shit.
Yeah.
Because I don't have room for them people. I don't have to get around to me when you can time for people. I don't have that space in there. Because now at this point in my life, every relationship of all kinds matter. So I really don't have time to do frivolous relationships, friendships, none of that. If it's not going somewhere or actually progressing or we doing something or I feel like I matter within what's going on with you, I don't need that. Like I ain't saying, but no, we good.
Yeah. At this age, I think there's a lot of the need for social activity starts to die off, especially if you haven't had it. You know what I'm saying? Like that part, that branch starts to atrophy or wither. You know what I'm saying? So I think
I kind of feel like at this age though, like it's kind of hard because I respect and understand, and it breaks my heart for some of what I know he's not expecting me to, or he's not asking for no sympathy, but just to hear that people are existing with this kind of low expectation of people, it saddens me a bit, right? On the other hand, I have to say, sometimes I don't want to call people because I know I'm not in a, for me, I know I'm not in a good space, and I don't want to burden them with my problems, right? So on the, I don't know if it's the opposite end, or if I'm just adding to the conversation, or however you want to, you know, push forward, push back, add to, whatever, multiply and divide. But I know sometimes, for me, if you're having a birthday party and I know that I'm not doing good, I'm not coming to your party to fuck up your party. I'd rather just like say, you enjoy yourself, because I know that my headspace, I'm not bringing good energy to your shit. So let me not come and make it about me. Let me just allow you to have this moment. I had to kick a friend out of my house. I don't want to say that. Like, yeah, like, okay, look, let me explain. I have a friend that I'm very, very, very close to. She's the one that told me, like, come on, let's go to this party. And that's where I met my husband. We're really super close, like super, super, super close. She knows so much about me, right? And so she ended up getting married. And this is before I met my husband. Like, I was single by myself. You know, I broke up with this guy. I was learning how to type to get a job at Lehman Brothers, my first corporate job, blah, 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 right? Shout out to Tanu. And so she got married, right? But her husband was in the Navy. And so he's doing boot camp or something like that. And so during that time, like, she was married, but she never lived with him. They didn't have like a marriage life together. So she's with me every weekend. I only worked 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever days I worked. I can't remember what days it worked, but we would hang out. We would go to the city. We would go to the sex shops, giggling and laughing at this. We would go play arcade games. We would go eat. We would go to the movie theater. We would just hang out all week and just hold some fun, just cool. And then one day, finally, the call came in. Her husband, whom she's so excited, she wants to, like, she's married, but she hasn't lived a married life. He calls and like, we're going to get stationed in, I think at that time it was Virginia. I don't even remember. I think it was Virginia, right? And so when the call came in, of course, she was at my house, right? She was with me. That's what we do. We hang out, right? And I was so happy for her because she was so excited. She was like, oh my God, I'm going to be finally moving to Virginia. Like, that's where I'm going to be. Like, we're from the Bronx. We're two Bronx girls. To be quiet as it kept, she's a foster care person also. Like, her family ain't like, you know what I'm saying? We're from the church, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to give you, I don't want to make this too long, but like I'm saying, like, we're two Bronx kids, right? And so I was so happy, like elated for her. And at the same time, I realized, holy shit, I'm going to be without my friend.
Right.
I had to kick her out of my house. Why did I kick her out? I didn't tell her, get out of here. I was like, I think you should leave now. Because I did not want her to see the tears that were inside of me, bubbling the fuck up. And I'm fighting hard as hell. I'm telling you, I was fighting hard as hell to keep them. I did not want to ruin her experience. Right? So I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy for you. I think you should go home now, though. Right? And like, as she left, the tears started flowing down. I was a whole ass mess. And I explained to her afterward why I said that. It wasn't like, get the fuck out of my house. I don't know why, whatever. I was like, girl, let me tell you, girl, I was a whole ass mess when you left. She was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I was so happy. I didn't want to ruin that moment. I did not want that moment in which she was so happy to be mucked up with my emotions about losing her and her being not there for me. I just wanted her to remember the time of being happy and being so excited and stuff like that. And I told her afterwards what happened, and we laughed about it. I was like, girl, if you had even turned your head, the tears were on my t-shirt, girl. Like, and we laughed. And years later, she had the same experience. She called me and she was like, girl, remember when you told me that you had the, she was like, girl, it happened to me. She was like, I know exactly what you're talking about now, Dre, because people call me Drea. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, this shit happened to me. But we communicate We talk about it. It's not like she didn't know. It's not like I was rude about it. You know, like we joked about it. Girl, I just want you to have that moment, but I was fucked up. And we laughed. So for me, communicate. That's why I always talk about communicating, because sometimes people do things that you don't even know why. But I want to explain to her, like, I was really happy for you, but like at the same time, shit, I'm gonna miss your ass.
Yeah.
You know? So I mean, you could judge me or whatever. I was trying my best. At that time, I think I was 22 at the time. Yeah, I had to be 22 years old. It's the best that I could do. It's the best that I could do.
I mean, it is what it is. One thing I would say though, there's a lot of people. It's hard to know when to show up, in spite of how you feel, because that's something I struggle with. Because nobody really communicates. Because I mean, there's validity to an opposite side that I want you to show up in whatever state that you're in, because I value your presence in your company. Like sometimes I would just, unless you just, because sometimes I would hate to believe that anybody that I was in the circle or the sphere of thought so little of me, even if they were in a bad mood, that they would show up and intentionally spoil the party. They may not be there. So this is a dual-edged sword, because either way it's selfish. One way it's who gets the benefit of the selfishness. Like, do I have you there even though you're in a bad mood, or do you not show up because you're in a bad mood? Either way, one person is serving themselves at the expense of the other person. So there's no way around that side of it. So it's hard to say when do I show up regardless.
So I'll tell you, I'll be open also. I'll tell you another thing that I did, and y'all could judge me, like whatever, I'm putting myself out here or whatever. When I wanted to have a kid, right? And I was trying to have a baby, and month after month, year after year, this shit is not happening. All right. Do you want me to come to your baby shower?
Right.
I'm being fucking real. Like we
if you're my friend,
like I said, Yella said we finna talk about it.
I feel exactly what she's saying, for real.
Yeah.
Like, so, and on top of that, I'm not telling anybody. Yeah, people are asking me all the time, when you gonna have a baby, girl? When you next, girl? Right? But you don't know what the fuck I'm dealing with. So you want me coming to your party? Do you want me coming to your party?
And that's a real
I'd rather
thing.
just send a gift, because it's not about me. I recognize that I'm fucked up over here, that I'm not in a good space. And if I come to your party, I don't want to bust out crying. I don't want to I want you to enjoy your time. So you can view it however you want to view it. But I recognize that I'm not in I can't show up for you the way that you deserve. So let me send a gift instead of coming to your party and making it about me. Because I'm not trying to make it about me. So I'm staying the fuck away. But I'll send a gift.
But there's in a weird,
you can say it's all about me, but like, is that's real?
Yeah, but it's a selfishness. It's, I don't want to ruin your party. So, but I'm making this about me because I'm choosing to remove my presence, even though you didn't ask for that. You made that choice. And I'm saying, I'm not, you can't deny.
No. Don't worry about it. I'm cool. I'm fine. I wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't fine talking about it.
But we all make that choice. And I'm just saying there's two sides on each side of that coin. Yeah. See, sometimes I may not even want to have a baby shower if my best friend can't be present. But I know it's expected. So we've got the relationship side, but we've also got the social side. So we perform like, we'll have the party, we'll have the birthday party, we'll have the, but what do we do in that situation? And what the point I was trying to get to earlier was, we don't communicate in a vulnerable and honest way. We don't practice that, because we can say, listen, because I want to have this baby shower, but I know what you've been struggling with. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm selfish. I still want you there. I love you, and I understand though if you didn't, I would be disappointed and probably even bothered for a little while if you didn't. But because I love you, I'm gonna forgive you. But I really want you there, because I haven't had a milestone in my life that I've celebrated where you weren't present, and I'd be pissed as hell if you didn't show up for this one. And in honest, I get what you're saying, but being a part of that would just break my heart, because you know what I've been going through, and you already admitted that, and you've been vulnerable enough, you understand what I've been going through, and it would hurt me like hell to sit there and watch this. although I'm happy for you and I'm going to be there for your baby and I'm a babysit and make sure you go out on date night still. I'm going to be that auntie or godmother. I'm going to do all those things. And I'm going to send you a fly ass gift too. But what I can't do is have one elder, these Gen X boomer. I can't have that one silver. I can't. When you having your baby? If I hear that one time, I'm gonna take that bottle. And that's what
you're gonna be subjected to as soon as you go into an environment in which you're a married woman, young married woman. You could be at a motherfucking funeral. You could be at a fucking cookout. You could be anywhere. Right now, it's like. It's a hard listen. I'm just saying that sometimes shit is hard. There's no right answer. You know what I'm saying? But communication is, important. So, I'm like, listen, girl, for me, I don't go to baby showers anymore. I'm gonna set a gift. I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't care what the child. I do not care. I'm done. I've been to a lot of them. I've spent so much money showing up for baby showers, showing up for all kinds of stuff, right? All kinds of your this, your that, all kinds of shit. I've spent the money. I've showed up. I've showed out. Then I got to a point where I can't do this no more, so I stopped.
Yeah, and it's tough. But I think that dynamic, that same dynamic, is what happens in a lot of our relationships. Like even when we were talking earlier about the flame, it's. Some person doesn't have the vulnerability to be like, you know what? I feel like my flame is going out. And I think we need to spark it up, or I think we need to do something because the way you're showing up in this relationship, or maybe just the way I don't feel like we even have matches at this point. I don't think there's a pilot light lit. I don't think we have matches. And I don't even know if I want to still be here if this is the way it's going to be forever. And the other person then, without getting defensive, can then respond like, I've been feeling the same way, but I haven't felt like I had the time to bring it up to you. I didn't want to cope with your emotions when you said this to me. I didn't know if I was ready to do the work to build a new fire. Like, but I don't think that we talk. Honestly,
that's why communication is so important. Mm-hmm. You're right. You're so right. I agree with everything.
I think most people just walk away to avoid that level of intimacy and vulnerability in our friendships, in our romances, all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I know me. I know that's one of my things. I didn't want to do all that math all the time. Yeah, thank you. I agree with you. Then cool. Both parties must be able to hear the other. I do agree with that. And they just said love it, but she didn't say what she loved. So I'm assume that it was something she said a while back that I wanted to point out. Yella. She did it again, and we kind of glossed over it.
Oh boy!
Started.
Amen. Yeah.
She says.
All right, time to go. Mandrell's here. See everybody. Bye.
What's up, Mandrell? Now listen, I caught up on you and Shoot. You and Shoot's conversation about desire. That was a good conversation. I enjoyed that. And I also caught up on your thing about PEDs. You J Speed, and I'm not sure about that 40-day fasting thing or however long J Speed fasted. I don't know about all that, but I'm seriously considering some of the things y'all talked about. So, man, appreciate the conversations you've been having, man. Been some different stuff, so definitely appreciate you. Shout out to you. Only showers I'm going to are the ones where I get wet. See, that's another.
All right, hold on now.
Wow. This conversation just took a turn, according to Sarah Hill.
Yeah, it took a turn. I will talk to a woman about anything she wants. If a dude wants to talk about feelings, I'm gonna find a way to exit. And see,
damn, Craig.
I tried. See, and then Quantum backs it up as you should. Nah, we have to. I think that's one of the deficiencies in men. We don't know how to have conversations about the emotional space. I think we need to start developing a little bit so that we can have that vulnerable language. Because if the women are the only ones that can communicate, it might be super expressive, but it's not vulnerable. And then men are not expressive or vulnerable. Like we're missing 75% of the conversation.
Yeah.
So it's really hard. I think men have to learn and practice some of the emotional. Even if we're not fully vulnerable, we have to learn to be more expressive emotionally. And we're going to get judged.
Yeah.
Like Greg's been talking about. I know me. That's why I don't check on people, but it's really hard. It feels weird to me. Like it's so foreign. Unless like we talked about aliens for a quick minute. It feels alien to emotionally check up. It was hard. I did that for Yellow one time. It felt, and I always preface it with the exact same thing. Forgive me, LGBT, anybody that might be listening. I automatically go like, man, I feel so gay. The moment I ask a guy, I promise you, every single time. Yeah, every single time.
If he's okay,
I'm gonna start doing that every time you check up on me. I'm like, thanks, bro. Gay.
Oh, that's terrible.
Every single time.
It's terrible.
It's the conditioning. It's the conditioning. The moment you check on a dude, it feels so. But I'm gonna tell you, to the same effect, if I check up on a woman, I always feel like I need to preface that I'm not after anything. So it's the same pressure, just translated. And I need to make sure that I'm just checking up on you as a human. And in both ways, it gets lensed me. I got to make sure they don't think I'm coming after them sexually. You know, it's I don't know where that comes from, but I know I didn't choose that. It's just what I've been ingrained in.
I'm not just calling to check up on a woman.
Hey, we got Brian, this mother sucker. How you doing, girl?
Man, in the building. Hold on. Official 2-time DreamCon exhibitor. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the twin. Put some motherfucking respect on that.
Did the ear horn go off?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I heard
That's
that.
for you, Bree.
I like it. I think men being emotional with men.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, you did word that wrong. Let me see. I think men being emotional with men who don't want to be in that space with them is fine. Huh? Yeah. I need you to word that right. Do that again.
She's saying that if a guy is saying like, I don't need you to do all that, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean,
damn, just talk to her about the share, bear with him. Like, that's all sometimes people want to know, is that an heir. So, like, the hell, Brian? Greg.
Yeah, I think we need
a bear. Come on over and listen. You might be able to offer a solution. You never know. I mean, that's why men out here, deleting themselves because they feel so alone. I'm hearing that men feel like they can't even have a voice in their own fucking homes and no one wants to listen to them. Maybe that's why the manosphere partly exists, because they'll feel like they got no place. No one else is listening to them.
Exactly. And that's my point. Like Quantum's making the point I'm saying. Like, I think men who don't want to be in that emotional space with other men is fine. It's understandable, Quantum. What I'm saying that it's not fine because we're emotionally underdeveloped because of it. So it's not fine, but it's understandable. I know you fine, okay, understandable. Yeah. I'm not saying we need to force that kind of convo on men. I'm saying we need to start to socialize the acceptance of that, where men are not revolted by men who can express emotionally, and that men don't feel gay the moment they check one of their friends. I think we need, because especially when we're talking about a friend deficit amongst men, relationship deficit, where a third of men are not even having access to sex within the last 2 years, a full third of humanity in the United States. Men are not, so no sexual relations, and the friendships have been, like, I want to say, like, in cutting thirds. I can't remember, like from 15 to 5. So it is a third, 33 and a third, whatever you want to say. But if all of our relationships are at a deficit right now, we need a greater ability to relate, to make the ones we do have more effective and efficient. They need to be more fulfilling. So, and I'm not saying we need to force it on people. I'm just saying we need to groom it, more emotional availability and vulnerability. Yeah, we need to cultivate that. I think it's necessary. Where we're headed, it's going to be necessary. Everyone can't be your savior just because that's your friend. Yeah, that's true too. Nobody should be your savior, but you're saying that they're your friend. If they're your friend, right, you should definitely be able to relate and communicate. If we're calling them friends,
because then they lack the part of being a friend. Now I get what you're saying. You don't force that on nobody, but the problem is that men who want to be emotional don't have anybody to go to, because you're getting rejected by the men, and the women, to be honest, are a little too self-centered to be able to process that in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's complicated.
We as women,
complicated.
We as women know. Boy, look, we don't want to talk about y'all women and y'all. Hold on, we don't want to talk about y'all women and y'all friends, because y'all treat y'all friends like shit. Low key, y'all emotionally dump on y'all friends. Y'all burden y'all friends with having to be there for y'all. That's why y'all got friends. That's why women are friends with each other out of obligation. Half of y'all don't even like the friends y'all got for real. The friends that y'all say y'all got many friends, but the friends y'all actually fuck with be like the same amount that men got. But the people y'all call y'all friends be vast.
I don't relate to that. Like I can't relate to that, but I like if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But
I get you. No, I get you. Nobody can ever relate to anything.
Than I am to others.
it's I get it. I get how these conversations go. Typically, nobody is the person we're talking about. So that's what I'm just saying. I'm just talking in general. But that's typically why why women say they don't get along with each other. They burden the fuck out of each other with secrets. Your friend, you got it as a friend of a woman, and I'm talking about motherfucker who's experienced being a male. It's the same thing. You get the same treatment. I gotta be burdened to deal with your emotions and all. I can't give that back to you. That's why I don't do just like platonic friendships with women, because it's basically a relationship without sex.
Which I'm fine with, which is maybe why I have no issues with them.
Exactly, because y'all benefit, because y'all typically benefit from it. Because y'all mainly benefit from it. That's why. Y'all mainly benefit from it.
I'm okay with a friend. Like I have a nurse friend that travel nurses. We started off at the same hospital in the same year. We didn't go to the same school together, but we started off in the same hospital around the same year. And she no longer lives in Connecticut. She travels all over. Like she sends me pictures from Hawaii, from here, from there, from all over, and then she's in town. Girl, I'm in town. And I will buy dinner and go to her place and just find out about what the fuck is going on and go the fuck back home. I'm not getting. I just want to hear about how you been doing, girl. What'd you see? What'd you do? You skydive? What the hell was that like? What the men's like? Tell me about the boys.
And that's what Yellow was saying. Like as a man, that same dynamic wouldn't benefit us. And that's why I was saying about the express.
I don't need it to benefit me. I just here for you. I'm just here to listen to you. I don't need it.
But that's a benefit. That's a relational benefit. But men don't have access to the emotional component, which is what I was saying. Men need to be able to express emotions, which we don't.
Oh my God, girl! Y'all do with each other.
We can't tap into that. So you can have platonic friends like that, and y'all can serve the need of each other. You can do it for her; she can do it for you. Men, we don't have that. Like Greg is in like
y'all need some of that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We need to be able to get to that place where we can have a platonic.
Yellow saying he don't need it.
Do. No, that's what we're saying. We need that. But when you have both sides actively dismissing the men doing it, then that makes it a problem.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, for sure.
Because majority of the men like, don't come to me with your feelings, or
no.
Right, and then and that's why I said, then you got the women who mentally are too self-centered to process a man with an emotional stance on things.
Okay.
So
right.
We don't need that.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, we don't. Yeah. You're right.
I'm
right, Greg. You're right, Greg.
Yeah, Greg doesn't need it.
Greg
doesn't need it.
Crazy.
No, we don't need it. No,
Greg's not even a human. Let's not even deal with people that are not human.
Everybody.
What is army?
No, I'm with it now. I'm with it at that point in the stream. Let's affirm everybody's opinion and your opinion is right. Yeah, we don't need that. Just like everybody else. Yep. Because you can't tell nobody shit. Because it's their opinion, and when you try to challenge it, well, that's what I said because that's my perspective, or this. So yeah, let's just affirm everybody's opinion. Y'all
I'm going
all
to the
right?
Black hole now, Yella.
Look, I'm always for throwing it in the black hole because, like I said, humanity shows their consistency by the fucking behavior. We sit up here and talk about it, and then they perpetuate it.
And that's what I'm talking about with socialization. We have to know that it's going to be perpetuated because we've been groomed and trained on that. Like everybody in the chat has been grained on that. And like when like Greg's like, that's not going to help men get laid. That's true, because the women have been trained on that. So a man coming with their emotions is not going to help them get laid, because that's repulsive in this society. Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's so I get where we currently are. I get our current status. I get that we are here. I understand that. What I'm saying is, I know though that men are in a bad space societally. I know that we're talking about men committing more suicide than they've done in a long time. I know we talked about relationship statuses and access to sex. If everything is down across the board and we can admit that men are being displaced and disenfranchised, then if we're here and here is no longer good, I want to look and see where good might be and move there. Because staying where we are, if I'm here and it's bad here, I don't want to stay here. I want to move there or maybe there. So that's kind of like what I'm talking about.
Hey, Conscious in the building. What a boom.
Hey, Greg, and you're just not somebody who can accommodate a man having feelings. And that's okay. I mean, that's understandable. That just won't be something that you can accommodate. And that's going to be your path. Men to lay in some Benadryl rather than some coochie. Masculinity is tore up in his current state. Where Conscious gonna come through with the the get laid comment was, see you saying 1/3 of men have no sex. I don't think talking about feelings is a solution. I know that, and I admitted that. I'm not saying that that's the solution to that.
It might be a solution. It might not be a direct solution, but it might be the solution to get your mind right, start thinking about other things. It might not be the direct solution, but eventually it can lead down the path of the solution.
Polo TV in the building. Hello. Good to see you.
Haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you. Hey, what's up? I heard your commentary. I've been loving your commentary. I've been listening. You've been late, Conscious. You've been late, but I've been watching you, listening. He's been late. He streamed late at night.
Oh, late in the evening. I thought you were talking about he was showing up late to his streams. I was like, oh,
no.
Getting caught out.
Late at night.
Conscious been streaming all the time. I don't know, Conscious. I get so many.
You've been here for 3 hours.
Got two or three streams a day.
No. Yeah, I saw lately he's been hitting it. But oftentimes,
Conscious been doing
he's been streaming a lot. But oftentimes it's late at night. Yeah. Same thing with Reckless. I caught one of his streams too, and it was like 1 o'clock in the morning.
It was lately. Reckless went the latest
or whatever. But whatever. Welcome. Listen, this has been a great conversation, yo. But I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I'm hungry, and I'm gonna be checking in on y'all.
And that goes back to what I'm saying. I know I'm not ready to change. Yes, I don't need a checkup. I don't need a checkup. What I need though, this is my version of a checkup.
Okay, cool.
This right here, like, hey, why don't you fire up the StreamYard and a conversation that serves a purpose and a utility for me.
Cool.
But check in, just like, hey, how you doing? I'm never going to just open up and unburden myself about how
I respect that. I respect that. Like,
I'm not there.
I respect that. Like, I don't expect the people that I think are valuable to my life. If I can accommodate in a variety of different ways, if it's within my capacity to, I'm okay. If you tell me like that doesn't serve me, it don't do shit for me, I don't have to force my check-in on you, right? If you tell me like, hey, once in a while we fight, I like the conversation, I like this. Once in a while, not my shit. We're gonna show up over here. We're gonna kick it, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I have to be honest with you. When you guys start telling me about anime, why I got into anime? I'm not into fucking cartoons, but y'all are into anime, so I'm willing to try to find out about anime.
That's what's up.
Right now, I gotta figure out what Yella like, cause I ain't gonna be smoking or nothing, but I gotta find out how to show up for Yella. I'm not into sports, but I might have to figure out how to wrestle or some shit. Just
wrestling. That's the best way in.
I mean, am I not showing up for Yella some way somehow? Come on, what the fuck already?
Yeah.
What am I gotta do?
Yeah.
What do I gotta do to show up for Yella? Just to let you listen. I have a life too, but I try to do whatever little bit that I can to show up for the people that I feel like are cool people. I'm not saying that like I can split myself in 1,000 different ways, but I do try to do a little I can to let people know that I give a shit about you. You know,
man. Gay friends do be having all the baddies. They be having the baddies. They be having the baddies. Y'all baddies, yeah. But listen, conscious, no, because then the women are going to judge us for having a gay friend. Like, we can't be hanging around. We can't. Conscious, you know that. Ain't that's crazy. Straight men get judged for every single thing. Do not make me pull up the list.
You get judged by other men. Deep. Are you going to get judged by a woman for having a gay friend?
Yes, absolutely. I could pull up conversations right now where women are talking about, and again, I've experienced this in my real life where I've listened to women have conversations about, I don't know about him, his best friend is gay, or he has friends that are a little effeminate, and I wonder what's up with them, or he's got a friend that's been in prison. I wonder what they be. I've listened to these, and they theorize he might be down low.
That's because DL men fucked it up probably, and they scared or I don't know.
Yeah, so I know it's a real thing because people are always afraid of what threats might lurk around the corner. So I mean, people are always. I'm not saying they're legitimate. I'm not saying the fears are legitimate, but men's reputation for dishonesty has left it where there's nothing we can do that doesn't feel sus. In some kind of way, it's always everything's going to make.
Like you always got to prove your masculinity. I don't walk around over here trying to prove my femininity. It just is. Yeah. But y'all always everything's a damn threat. But not for me. I don't know. That's something that I can't relate to.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I've heard some of the conversations, Greg. So if I've heard the conversations, I know they must have the thoughts because unless they're just making up stuff to have a conversation about, only because I've heard them say it. I've heard them talk about the gay friends. I've heard them talk about if the guy's effeminate. I've heard them talk about if the guy's been in prison, what he must have been doing in prison. I've heard all kinds of conversations from women, family.
The friend don't even have to be gay. The friend could be somebody he hang out with too much. It'd be one of the homies he go play ball with or play the game with. Why you spend so much time with him? It ain't because of dishonesty of men. It's because women can't handle the man in their life having somebody else that means something to them besides.
That's another dynamic.
Damn, that's not dynamic. Okay. Look, here we go again. That ain't me, but okay. I heard dynamic. We talk about that. I heard we talk about that. Yeah, so I understand. I'm like, let's go find yourself something to do because I know I got my own things to do. Yeah, I done told you I don't care what my husband like. He child, look.
Yeah, these are generalizations. Everybody is not like that. Like both dynamics are true. There are some people who want to be the center of your world who don't want you to have any interest above them, like Yellow's talking about. But there are people. There is a reputation. Men do have a reputation. Men as dogs is a trope that's long standing for a reason. So I'm not saying that all men are dogs. I'm just saying that there's a reputation that men have. So there's an insecurity that stokes because people believe that men can't be monogamous. Men don't. It's not in a man's nature to be monogamous. Exactly.
You gotta sow your oats. That you got a lot of seeds to spread your seed. We hear what you say.
Exactly. So because of that, reputation is what it is, and that's just something we have to understand. Our reputation is not going to breed a lot of security in women. It's just
It'd be hilarious what women take and what we say. Y'all hear all the shit we say and then ignore all the other shit we say.
Like what other shit you say?
Black men don't cheat.
But y'all said this, and we also said a whole bunch of other shit too.
Oh shoot!
What other shit? Yeah, let's tell me. What other shit that we said we don't listen to?
It don't fucking matter. It don't matter.
It does matter.
Y'all ain't gonna listen to it anyway. Y'all ain't gonna listen to it anyway. Y'all ain't gonna listen to it anyway.
I'm trying to, but you ain't gonna tell me. I'm asking you to, and you're not telling me. Why I gotta fight you to hear what you gotta say? Why am I fighting you to hear your feelings?
Because I don't waste telling people my feelings.
Told you about that.
Smoke another one and see if I can get deeper with your feelings. Try to light another one up and see if I could crack the code to Yellow.
Nah. The fucking vault is open. The vault is open. It ain't never really a code to Yellow. It's just that nobody actually want to stick their hand in and get the treasure.
But I'm trying to right now. You're not. Like, it don't matter.
Yeah, come on, stick your hand in there, Rashawn.
Nah.
Stick your hand in there. Stick around there. Elbow deep.
Nay. nay, nigga, nay.
Nigga, nay. Nah, it ain't no code to me. It's just.
This is terrible. This is terrible. That's terrible. This is terrible.
Nah, it ain't.
That's terrible.
I agree with you, Greg. I agree.
It's terrible.
Men cannot be monogamous. A male or two can be, though.
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So y'all say stuff like this. Now you expect me to tell. Now you want to tell me my other ear. Oh, men don't cheat, but now you're telling me that men are not supposed to be monogamous.
Because it's the same. Because it's the same. It's the same idea how women pick men. Y'all only pick the 10% of the men and ignore the 90%. Y'all only listen to what 10% of the men say and ignore what the 90% of the men say. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so that might be another conversation. But I know Candace said she about to go eat. I'm gonna let Candace get some get some
blood pressure
thoughts in.
Oh, listen, guys, it's been a great conversation. I feel safe over here. Right. And listen, I know you guys, we've had a variety of conversation, a variety of topics today. We're not saying that you have to agree or accept anything that we say here on Critically Drinking. We're just happy to have the conversation. We're happy to open up some kind of understanding. I know during this conversation, man, like the men definitely opened up my eyes to some of their reality that I didn't even realize that they were existing in. And so hopefully I can show up as a better friend, as a better co-host, a panelist, or whatever place I am in their world. And I hope that women listening to this also maybe even understand how men think. And I'm not saying use that to manipulate men, but just to understand how they think so that you can have a better, wholesome friendship. You know, men are out here thinking that they are useless to you unless they are useful to you. And I don't know, I personally think that is a shame because they're humans, they're people, they're full brains and souls and all that kind of stuff. So let's honor that. Let's honor that in all of us. Let's honor that amongst straight people. Let's honor that amongst gay people. Let's honor that amongst transsexual people. Let's just honor the humanity. It's a tall order, goddammit. Okay, it's a tall order, but like, you know, let's just honor at least that much. Let's start there. Let's just start there. All right. Great conversation. I thank you guys for having me. And I look forward to conversations like this in which we can kind of share. So that's about it. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Okay. And I might be in the chat, depending on who goes live. I might be in the chat. All right. Take care.
Thanks, Kansas. And we got Yellow Pill in the bed. What you got, homie?
I'll leave y'all with these parting words, right? In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate the crimes and the district attorney who prosecute the offenders. This is their story. Good night, y'all.
There was no excuse for that. Give me a second. There was no excuse. There was no reason for that. Boom. Anyway, y'all, I appreciate all of y'all for being here. I will be here Thursday. Bravo with Sheila. Sheila Ingram will be over here. We're going to talk about ambiguous laws through the lens of, I guess, through the gender wars, gender dynamic things. So we're going to have that conversation on Thursday. I probably will not be here because this was impromptu. So got this today. Probably won't be here tomorrow.
Sorry about that.
Nah, thank you. I'm glad. It was a great. I enjoyed this conversation so much, Kendra. So thank you so much for even bringing it up. So I'm glad I enjoyed it, and something came out of it. We got different understandings from stuff. So I'm glad we did it. May not see me tomorrow. Y'all definitely will see me Thursday. So if nothing else, I will see y'all then. And I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your day.
Check your blood pressure, people.
Check your blood pressure. I think we're going to play this because, you know, Yella made it so pause-worthy.
Just, are you ready?
I'm going to come.
Do not come.
I'm going to do it. And her mother and father are screaming, "You got it. You got it, darling. I'm so proud of my girl." Well, she couldn't do it. People were amazed. These gentlemen, everybody was amazed that I did it.